Good evening and welcome members, the public and anyone watching online to the continuation of the adjourned council meeting. Some housekeeping announcements first. We are not expecting the fire alarm to go off, and if it does, please leave everything and follow the exit signs on the Peashill side of the building and exit via the Peashill door and assemble in St Mary's Passage. Public toilets are located opposite the Zeghead room, and water is available from the water machine outside the committee rooms. I am aware that there are apologies for this continuation of the adjourned meeting from Councillors Sarah Bajent, Copley, Lee, Pora, Shield will be joining the meeting online. Paige Croft is absent as well. And we've got late arrivals maybe from Councillor Payne and Councillors Robertson and Titala. I'd just like to say, before we kick off, for those of you who are observing quiz nights, we've got our council quiz night coming up next week. But this week on Tuesday, we had our first ever MERS quiz night open to the public at C3. It was a sellout a month in advance. We had over 180 people who joined the quiz. And at the moment, the money raised is in excess of £4,200. So next Thursday, we've got a challenge to the council staff and councillors to see what we can do as well. And I'd like to thank those councillors who took up the challenge when I became the mayor, which was to try and do some regular giving of a coffee a week during the year. So I won't name the councillors who've taken that challenge up, but I'm most appreciative of their regular giving. And if any other councillors want to take that challenge up, it's still not too late to do that. I'd like to ask members to declare now any interest in the items on the agenda items 6 and onwards, which we are dealing with this evening. Members are reminded that they can declare interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during the debates tonight. Councillor Bajent.
Chair, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Councillor David.
I'm a board member of KIP, Cambridge Investment Partnership, and that will be discussed later.
Hulk.
I'm a member of Unite the Union, possibly relevant to 9B.
Councillor Bird, sorry.
I'm a member of KIP as well, and also a member of Unison.
Councillor Moore.
Do we all need to declare if we're a member of a union? Is that necessary? Because we'll be here for a while.
No, you don't need to declare because there's nothing on the agenda that's going to conflict with what that is. So normally you declare the interest if it's going to be direct conflict of interest with what we're discussing. So, and again, as I pointed out, any time during the evening, if something does spring to mind, you can declare that. Finally, could I ask all members, Councillor Todd Jones? No. Finally, could I ask all members to be concise with their contributions they wish to make and to show respect to their fellow members in all debates, thank you. And I'm quite aware that our last council meeting ran for 5.5 hours and we split the council meeting so we could have a briefer meeting tonight. So I know we want to get away as soon as we can, and the only way we can do that is if we think about what we're going to be talking about. I don't want to curtail members because this is the chamber where we can speak, but just to remind people, if somebody's already made the point you're making, is it necessary to stand up and have 3 minutes repeating that point? And during the meeting, I will ring the bell when the person speaking has half a minute left, and then again when the time has elapsed. We now turn to the second part of public question time carried over from last Thursday. Under the scheme allowing members of the public to speak at council meetings, each speaker must address their comments to the chair of the relevant committee or the relevant member of the executive. Each question or statement must be limited to 3 minutes, with a further 2 minutes for a supplementary question or a comment on something that has been said. If you have a supplementary question, you will receive a written response. Shapur Mefta, you are the first to ask your question.
Evening, everybody. It's nice to be back, and I see a lot of familiar faces. Hello, everybody. Okay, my question is to the leader of City Council, Anna Smith. Can you please confirm whether Labour councillors will be whipped into voting for the congestion charge or will a free vote? And when will the City Council let residents know if the council is in favor or against? And I don't have any supplementary question. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Shapur Mefta.
Thanks, Shapur. And can you hear me? That doesn't sound very good. Yeah, it feels a long time since I think you were sitting round about where you're sitting now as a Tory councillor here. So, yeah, it's, as you say, quite a few familiar faces, I think. So, I think it's a bit of a mature question, I think. No decision has been made yet about the Making Connection survey in terms of what the final scheme will look like, if a scheme is going to go ahead at all. We've had somewhere in the region of 24,000 people completing that survey, that consultation, taking their time to contribute, and also hundreds of stakeholder groups, including many representatives of businesses across the area. So I feel really passionately that it will be incredibly disrespectful to the effort that those people have put in not to really listen carefully to what they have to say. And given that the consultation had a significant number of free text boxes, that's going to take a lot of time to properly analyse. Because I think before in the chamber, so I think some clarification of what a Labour whip does would be really helpful here. Now, the image, I think, that comes out from a whip is that of a kind of martinet leader who decides what their minions will say and then instructs them accordingly. Now, I'm not saying that there might not be, and I would love these lovely people here to do exactly what I said in kind of respectful deference to my role. But not only is that not going to happen, I don't want it to happen. And that's not how Labour does things, because that's the point. Because we are, and I'm sorry and apologise, it was quite a political question, so I have to answer it in a political way. We are a democratic socialist party. And the whip is about our collective decision-making as a group. So on many issues, especially, you'll understand really important ones like this, we will discuss our position together, often very robustly. And we will do our best to thrash out common ground. And it is up to the whole of this group to decide what our collective position is. Not up to me, it's up to everyone, and to decide what our collective response will be. Thirdly, there will not be a formal council vote in this chamber on this issue because the Highways Authority that has that final vote is the County Council. Now, the GCP Board and Assembly are actually about extending the contribution that we had. Otherwise, it would just be something that would be decided in the County Council. The GCP is about extending our contribution so that we as a City Council in South Cambridgeshire are able to make a contribution to the final decision made. But the final vote is with that authority. Fourth, GCP Board, that's currently Councillor Bajent. And he's been elected by us as the ruling group to represent the city's position on that GCP board, one of 3 voting members. And there's one thing in terms of whip I can be very clear upon, actually, because once we as a ruling group have seen all the responses, at some point we will make a decision, and as a ruling group we will instruct our representative how to vote, and that will be a very clear instruction, and I know that our representative is expecting that and will vote accordingly. In terms of the timing, I would come back to the issue of really hearing what that consultation has to say. I'd want to reiterate what I said at the beginning. We have asked people to take part in a consultation, and people have in really incredibly high numbers, reflecting the fact that this is something that is really important to people in Cambridge and in the area of people who travel to work in Cambridge. So I'd come to my last point. It would be very, very disrespectful of us to them to preempt the decision that we will make. Now, we are expecting that consultation responses to be published at some point in the early summer. And then a decision will need to be made about how we, as part of that GCP board, proceed. So I'm not going to make, and I know the million-dollar question is, what do you personally as a leader think? But the point is, it's not me, it's 24,000 people, and we need to listen to that. So as soon as we have a really clear idea what's been said, then there will be a decision. So thank you for coming.
Shippo Mefti, do you have a supplementary? I think you said no. But...
No, but just can I add something? I mean, I know about 24,000 people, they fill the forms, the petitions, and they all are looking on our councillors to see what is their decision, because our vote, our petitions, what it is based on the councillors who are representing each areas. And we all are, when we are having rallies and everything else, we all are asking, what is our opinion of our councillors? What are they saying? Are they backing us up? So that's what I was trying to clarify. If it is what the city council is hoping to achieve, is it for, against, or is it going to be a free vote for every councillor to say, look, my people, they want that, I'm going to support them, not as a group, as a single councillor, which is very important at this point. I'm not going to say any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Shippo Mefti. Now, please could I ask Tom Lewis to read out the next question on behalf of the member of the public. Thank you, Tom.
We are seeing increasing numbers of privately owned e-scooters and illegally modified bicycles in the city. I see dangerous use of these vehicles daily, numerous near misses and several accidents. It is illegal to ride an e-scooter anywhere on the road or in public spaces. Apart from the Voi hire scooters, the privately owned ones aren't speed limited, don't have two independent braking mechanisms, ability to indicate, and so on. The modified bikes are more scary, often travelling at 40 miles an hour plus on footpaths and on 20-mile-an-hour limited roads. I'm not sure if the people buying and using these vehicles know that what they are doing could result in getting 6+ points on their driving licence and a fine, although those who obscure their faces when riding probably do. They are certainly becoming more socially acceptable, for example, on the school run. Could the council run an information campaign spelling out that the use of privately owned e-scooters in public spaces, roads, is still illegal, and that there are regulations around modifying bicycles for use on the road? There are plenty of examples of information leaflets from other councils online.
I believe Councillor Gilderdale is responding.
So thank you very much for the question. It's clear that the person who's written this question has a lot of detailed knowledge in this area, which is really helpful. As you've stated, there is clearly many more of these e-scooters and mopeds that get around the city and completely changing the way that people travel around the city. As a Market Ward councillor, I think all Market Ward councillors here and probably city centre councillors have heard a lot of residents complaining about the ways in which they move and the speed at which they're travelling at. Anyone in West Central Area Committee will also know that we've discussed this at length, so I want to reassure this person that we are talking about this, we are very aware of this issue, and it is being discussed both amongst the councillors and the officers. I completely appreciate the comments they've made about people feeling unsafe, particularly at night, where some of these scooters don't have lights or travel very, very fast. And this is something that has been noted multiple times. I'm also glad you've made a distinction between the Voi scooters and the private and the private ones that people own. The Voi's are able to be tracked. They have geolocators, making it meaning that when they travel across pedestrian spaces, they go down to kind of 1 mile an hour or 2 miles an hour, making it impossible to drive, for example, across Parker's Piece or Midsummer Common. So as a council, we really do want to encourage and promote safe and sustainable forms of transport. But clearly, as is clear, that something needs to be done about this to make sure that all road users are safe and legal. So talking about unregulated scooters and mopeds, I like the suggestion of a publicity campaign. This is something that the council would be able to commit to, but in order for this to actually be effective, I suggest that we can encourage this to be coordinated through the Cambridge Vision Zero Road Safety Partnership, because the use of these vehicles isn't just a Cambridge issue, but it will need the commitment of various other organisations. So, for example, the Combined Authority, as the Transport Authority, the county as the Highways Authority, the police, and Crime Commissioner is the lead for the Vision Zero partnership, and the police as the enforcing authority. So I think you can get a picture of how difficult it is because we need to work across these partners. But that is actually something that we're already doing. In November last year, following various discussions, the council held an officer meeting, including all of those stakeholders, which reviewed issues arising from the e-scooters and mopeds, and it actually assigned actions that all the partners can be taking to tackle this issue. So we're looking at things as well as in engagement in information, but we're talking about other tools we can use as well. So I'm going to ask that group to go back to the Vision Zero partnership and suggest an engagement and information campaign as well. I would like to go on a slight tangent, but I think it's an important point that many people who are using the mopeds are doing food deliveries. And the nature of that work, which is paid by the job, based on delivering food, inherently encourages unsafe driving and driving across pedestrian spaces. And I think a lot of these vehicles are given when you get the job. So it's actually, these big businesses that are encouraging this. And I think we need to be careful when we're singling people out. Ultimately, many of these workers are highly casualised on zero-hour contracts, trying to travel really fast. So I think there are very understandable reasons why people are driving in such ways. And ultimately, we need to be putting pressure on the government to take a stand against, exploitative work. But that's for another time. But I do think it's important, and it's something that we should really take into account when we're taking any actions. So I hope that's a satisfactory answer to the question. If they do want to discuss it further, I'd be very happy to respond via email. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilmadale. We now move on to agenda item 6, which can be found on page 359 to 406, recommendation of the Leader of the Council Senior Management Review. And I'd like to point out that this went to committee, and my understanding was that the committee, it was a unanimous vote, and I would think it should have been fed back to all appropriate members in the council. But obviously, we can debate this. Councillor Smith, Councillor Anna Smith, do you want to introduce this item? You have up to 5 minutes for the introduction.
Yeah, I'll be nowhere near 5 minutes. And firstly, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for reiterating that, yes, this did go through the relevant committee, or committees actually. There are aspects of it that have been through both that we'll come to slightly later in the meeting that I think Councillor McPherson will be speaking to, but they did go through unanimously. This is the most significant change in the council senior management and organisational structure since 2020. So this is a very important moment. It's also a very key element of our Cambridge transformation programme, which builds on new ways really of working together as we work in this very, very different world to a world that we were in even 5 years ago. Now, what we're doing is we're starting looking very much at the senior team, and we are refreshing those leadership arrangements so that we can think about that wider organisational design of the council, starting from the top. It's very difficult to talk about this without going into an awful lot of management speak, and you start thinking, I'm saying things like flatter structure here, but it really is. It's less hierarchical. It should mean that there's better collaboration together, more efficient decision-making, which should mean that residents get a better deal. There's also going to be an emphasis, I know, because I've discussed this with the Chief Executive, around really kind of embodying modern and up-to-date leadership practices, values and behaviours, which I think will be very good for the council. It will also reduce senior management costs by about 20%. So this allows us to have a more efficient senior leadership team that hopefully will help us move forward as the council responds to the increasing pressures it finds itself under. So I commend this report to the council.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Before I ask, is there any debate? Just to remind people, there'd be up to 5 minutes for the sports, Councillors Beck and Bennett, and otherwise 3 minutes per councillor. And after the debate, Councillor Smith would have the right to reply for a further 5 minutes. So just to reiterate, it did go through committee, it was unanimous at committee, but is there any debate? Councillor Beck.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not really to construct a debate, but just to confirm that from our side, the proposals on the table remain potentially unanimous, and that we think that this has been a thorough piece of work. We've had our chance to input to it. May not be exactly the same as if we designed it ourselves, but I think it's overwhelmingly an improvement and the right step to flatten some of the hierarchy at the top of the council organisation as a first step towards a wider transformation. So I would be encouraging my colleagues to join me in voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor Beck. Councillor Bennett? No. Thank you. So, Councillor Smith, you have the right to reply?
No reply, Mr. Mayor.
No reply. Thank you. So I will now go to the vote, and again, we'll be going electronic tonight. Amazing, yeah. And the recommendations are on pages 359 to 360. And I'll read out the vote once it's completed and remind people no discussing while we're voting. So again, it's green, if I remember, for yes. It's red for against and mustard for abstention. You should have we got the full. It's all there. So everybody's voted. You should have voted, yeah? Just want to check. What do you use? Yep. Yeah. Okay, so the vote will now be closed and 32 for with none against. So that has passed. Thank you very much. We now go on to agenda item 7, recommendations of committees for adoption. Agenda item 7A, the recommendation of the Civic Affairs Committee pay policy statement. And the recommendation is set out on page 407 of the agenda. And again, I'd like to point out that at the committee, this was unanimous, but is there any debate on this? If not, Councillor McPherson has the right of reply. Any debate? No. Councillor McPherson, right to reply?
I'm delighted to announce I have nothing to say, except to thank the Head of Human Resources for this sterling piece of work, as in everything else that they do. I've got the recommendations on page 410, but then maybe my agenda is slightly older. But there are 3 recommendations there which were passed at full committee, and that is all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. This is going swimmingly so far. So we'll now go to the vote on the recommendations on page 407. And again, whilst we're voting, no discussions, please. Can we open the voting? We'll now close the voting, and it's 32 for, so that's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll now go to agenda item 7B, the recommendation of the Senior Officer Employment Committee, the 1st of March 2023. Members of the Council were emailed the recommendations of the committee earlier today, and a hard copy was left in your seats. If members wish to discuss the matter in specific detail, we may need to go into private session, and I will recommend we exclude the press and the public. And the wording that will be used in that instance will be, does the council agree to exclude members of the public from the meeting on the grounds that, if they were present, there will be disclosure to them of information defined as exempt from publication by virtue of paragraphs 1, 2 and 3 of Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972. So, is there any debate? Thank you. Councillor Smith, you have the right to reply, if you wish.
No
5
reply,
minutes.
Mr. Mayor.
No reply. I will now go to the vote. Please can I see those in favour of the recommendations? No, yeah, 32. That's all there, yeah. Thank you. The vote is now closed, and that's unanimous with 32 in favour. Thank you. We now go to agenda item 8, oral questions, which starts on page 7 of your information pack. This item will last a maximum of 30 minutes. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questioner will then have 2 minutes to put a supplementary question or to seek clarification of the response to the original question. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have a further 2 minutes to reply to the supplementary question. I believe Councillor Copley was doing the first question, but she's absent, so I believe one of her colleagues is Councillor Bennett.
I'm pleased to ask Councillor Copley's question.
Mr. Mayor, I'm taking the answer. I'm going to reply.
Okay.
Okay. Enhancing biodiversity and preserving and developing our vital green spaces are a major element of the Greater Cambridge Local Plan, and the first proposals clearly set out how we will be developing policies seeking to increase and improve our network of habitats for wildlife and green spaces for people, ensuring that development leaves the natural environment better than it was before. But as you say rightly, it's vital that we can measure how well we are doing so that we can identify areas where we need to act. I'm pleased to say that the first proposals we published details of the Green Infrastructure Opportunity Mapping Project, which has given us insight into the quantity and quality of existing open spaces assets and helped us to identify specific and deliverable opportunities to enhance and expand the network. That report is available on the Greater Cambridge Planning website. We've commissioned a further study to inform the draft local plan, which is looking at open space standards and how new spaces should be delivered within the Natural England's new green infrastructure framework. We are also updating our evidence looking at more formal open space types, such as updating our playing pitch and courts strategies. Together, these reports will give us the data we need to be able to assess
30 seconds, I've lost my
community
bell.
access to green space and waters, and I assure you that we will then ensure that any gaps in provision are filled.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Supplementary?
No supplementary, Chair.
Question 2.
Question 2, Chair.
I'm going to be answering this question. Although it comes under both myself and Councillor Thornborough's remit, we've discussed this response jointly. So we know how important our retail stores are to our communities across Cambridge. They ensure services are available locally where people live, making it easier to access all the things that people need on a daily basis. Firstly, on the planning detail, the adopted Cambridge local plan includes a policy that seeks to maintain our local thriving centres by controlling changes of use. As referenced in the question, these controls have been impacted by a new National Land Use Class E, which does provide greater flexibility for certain changes to take place without planning permission. On top of this, we know that retail habits are changing, particularly impacted and sped up by the pandemic. And we've seen this happening all over Cambridge, not only in the city centre, but we also need to make sure that local amenities are shops are available in all centres across Cambridge and all areas. So we've commissioned evidence to explore this, and we'll be considering what new retail and centres policies are needed in the draft local plan, so we can continue to support our local centres through the planning decisions we make. Beyond planning, there is a lot of work the council is doing to support local and smaller scale businesses in Cambridge who've been disproportionately impacted by the cost of living and cost of doing business crisis. This includes pandemic business support, green grants.
30 seconds.
Thanks. Green grants to support them with retrofit and environmental improvements. And one of the other examples is that we've been partnering with Alia here to support small business development. And we're looking at further support for businesses with funding from the government's Shared Prosperity Fund. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gilderdale. Supplementary, Councillor Beck.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thank you for the answer, Councillor Gilderdale. As Councillor Gilderdale knows, this originally emanates from a situation in our mutual ward where developer, new landowners initially chose to use the freedom to change use away from a local convenience store into other form of workspace as they could under the new planning regulations. That has been averted, and that's been averted through ward members intervening and talking to the new landowner. And my sense is that often in these situations it can be that landowners have not thought through what they are doing by lunging after alternative uses. I think the first part of Councillor Gilderdale's answer is problematic, because if this is not subject to a planning permission, it's not going to be subject to planning policy either. I wonder whether there is something that the council can do, one, in respect of creating some sort of non-planning vision on behalf of the council for the retention of local amenity shops, and secondly, to do more to equip local members to engage with situations like this where there are new landowners or new developers to actually make a point on behalf of their ward. A lot of what we hear necessarily through our planning department is keep developers at arm's length. But in reality, in certain situations, a lot can be achieved by engagement. And I think the council and the individual councillors would all benefit from gaining some knowledge about how to be really effective in doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Beck. Councillor Gilderdale, you've got 2 minutes to reply.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I mean, I think we can all agree that planning policy is very complex, and I think that even a councillor I've been a councillor now for nearly 2 years, I still find it very difficult. So local residents getting involved in planning, there are so many hoops to jump through and you know, timelines, and it's very tricky. So ultimately it would be amazing if planning was made, you know, nationally a lot easier for people to understand. But I think the example on Fitzroy Street is a very good example of where local people have come together to protect a local service. In terms of the particular planning suggestions you've made, I'm sure Katie can come back on that in the future. I definitely agree that it's important for us to protect local amenities, and would support what you've said. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gilderdale. Councillor Carling.
Question number 3, please.
I think this is me again. Thank you for the question. The work the council does to fight sexual violence and support victims of sexual violence is incredibly important, both to make sure our residents are safe, but also to make sure that those who are impacted by the serious long-term impacts of sexual abuse are supported. The council doesn't just work in the 1 week where we raise awareness, but all throughout the year to eliminate sexual violence in the city. One way we do this is through partnership working, bringing together groups like the BID, local businesses, charities, students and the police. And that group is coordinated and is called the Purple Flag Group. It's a particularly important group to coordinate and facilitate a lot of things that we do to make the city centre and night economy safe for people. So, for example, they provide taxi marshals around the city who make sure that people get safely into taxis, prioritising anyone who's vulnerable, and they're around at the weekends. We managed to get more funding for them over Christmas, which was fantastic. We've been running welfare and vulnerability training to staff who work in the nighttime economy, so that could be bar staff or bouncers or even porters in the colleges, they get that training. We're also beginning to work to accredit licensed businesses and pubs.
30 seconds.
Thank you. With the Best Bar None accreditation to make sure that we can endorse establishments that have good practices. Other things we've been doing to support people who've experienced sexual abuse is working proactively around domestic abuse. We run our annual domestic abuse conference and encourage members of the public to come along and learn about how we can tackle it and work together as a city. Last year, the keynote speaker was someone from Surviving Economic Abuse.
Thank you, Councillor Gilderdale. So, Councillor Carling, do you have a supplementary? I'm sorry to be harsh, but we need to keep the time to ensure we leave.
Can I ask as my supplementary that Councillor Gilderdale can finish her answer?
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. Just I had one last bit to say. So the keynote speaker last year was from someone from Surviving Economic Abuse, which is an issue which is really important right now with the cost of living crisis and means that we can understand the interconnectedness of different forms of abuse and how we can tackle them all together as a city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Macpherson.
Question number 4 to the leader, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor Macpherson. And this question is on the mayoral precept. And for those people who may be watching that don't know what the term mayoral precept is, and I certainly didn't this time a year ago, it's basically exercising the ability to put an extra charge onto council tax. And I'm answering this obviously in my position as leader and board member and not as acting mayor. No one wants to be in a position where we do ask residents to pay more money in council tax. And I'm aware as a representative on the board, it's clearly a huge responsibility to make a decision to exercise that mayoral precept for the first time. East of England is chronically underfunded for public transport. I'm sure we'll talk about this later, but £16 a head is spent by government on the East of England. That's less than half what a lot of similar areas are getting for public transport. And this precept does go some way in helping us to address that gap. It adds £1 a month on a Band D home, which will raise just over £3.5 million. And that money will be used to help fund buses. In particular, it allows the combined authority to keep supporting for another year the 23 routes, that's 18 full and 5 partial routes, that Stagecoach cut without warning last year. These are routes that support the whole of the combined authority area and include routes people rely on to get in and out of our city. And that's not only good for people who use those routes, because every bus service that gets cars off the road reduces congestion for us all as well. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor Macpherson.
No supplementary, you'll be pleased to hear, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Apologies for the pronunciation. Councillor Divkovic.
So I'm going to read my question out. So this is to Councillor Collis. Okay, never mind then. It's just question number 5, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Divkovic. So the report from officers on the trial is due for consideration at the next Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee towards the end of March. That report's going to update on all the work done on the trial since the original decision in January last year. It's going to include an evaluation of the 2 trial wards, an appraisal of the Happy Bee Street scheme, and recommendations on the further reduction or complete stop of the use of herbicides in the city. Also an evaluation of the alternative technologies that we've been trialling. We've had 2 ward walkabouts with local councillors, which was really useful in highlighting issues. So hotspots in Arbury, which I know you'll be familiar with, like Brackley Close. We do remain concerned about accessibility issues that might arise. They haven't as yet, but thank you to Councillor Bird for highlighting those. Early indications are that the trial has actually been really good for gathering contributions from across the city. We've learned a lot from the collaboration, from the feedback and expertise of lots of groups and individuals, so residents, community groups, volunteers, organisations like Pesticide Free Cambridge and councillors as well. We've had some really useful discussions, personally for me, in the scrutiny of this item.
30 seconds.
Thanks. The papers are currently being prepared for committee. Slight delay in some uncertainty around county policy. So I can't be specific completely about what's in them, but we look like we've got some really meaningful results, and I look forward to discussing them in a couple of weeks' time.
Thank you, Councillor Collis. Supplementary?
No, just that I look forward to discussing them in the future.
Thank you. Councillor Flaubert.
Your number 6, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaubert. So since Hobson Square was transferred to the council, we've supported its use for trading. That's been managed through the Streets and Open Spaces Service using our application of hire process. So there are now a range of businesses operating in the permanent retail units surrounding the square. We now need to look again at the original position. Now those businesses are sort of paying rents and rates, which was, of course, that the square could be used for intermittent trading opportunities. Naturally, we don't want to put any unnecessary pressure on the businesses that have sprung up, especially not in the current financial climate. Lots of these units, alongside the community centre, as I'm sure you're aware, offer food. So if we were to allow regular trading from the square, which I know Councillor Houck has asked about in the past, there could well be an impact on those businesses. So we're not currently recommending that. I know there have been some concerns already to property services from those businesses. Actually, the original design brief and intended use of the outdoor space was for community-based activities. We don't feel we should sort of change that view as long as the trade in surrounding business units isn't compromised. It doesn't completely preclude using the square to host a regular market. That's one idea that's being considered.
30 seconds.
Thank you. We could issue a licence for this. It might encourage collaborative trading rather than individual applications. We have now resolved the post-transfer issue of power to the lamp columns on the square, which could allow us to explore further provision of further electric supply points to support events. There will be an updated timeline for the work provided to ward councillors shortly. Thank you, Chair.
Supplementary?
I'd just like to make a point. Well, we moved an amendment to provide this vital service for our community because we feel that we really need these resources. However, I mean, the fact is that it's already happening in Trumpington Meadows in the school, and this is all thanks to us, to the Liberal Democrats leads with South Cambridgeshire District Council. But we already had so many complaints about noise caused by some traders' generators. And this, we feel that could be avoided with a decent electricity supply, Councillor Collins. So we feel that our residents they do not need to wait for another strategy or ambitious strategy, as you have mentioned in different debates. We really need this to happen. We think it's really important for the community. Thank you.
Councillor Colleagues.
Yeah, just to reiterate what I said towards the end of my original response. So the issue of power in the lamp columns has now been resolved, and you will be getting an updated timeline soon. So hopefully that should preclude that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I notice Councillor Sweeney is absent tonight, so is somebody doing a question? Councillor Dryden?
Yeah, I'll ask on question 7 on Councillor Sweeney's behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you. So becoming board member, deputy mayor and acting mayor at pretty much the same time was certainly never something I was planning, although it is very much my duty as city leader to step up. I did so with some trepidation, particularly thinking about the impact that might have obviously here on the city. But it's been a very positive experience in terms of really underlining for me both what the combined authority does for its constituent members, such as Cambridge City, and also what we can offer as a city too. And it's very easy to start by providing a list of recent projects that the combined authority has supported: the Chalkstream project, Waterbeach Solar Farm, Cambridge South Station, part of our retrofitting programme, money to support inclusive economy projects across the city, not to mention, of course, the more than 500 council houses we now have in the city, thanks to the original devolution deal secured by Councillors Herbert and Price. But it's more than that. It's about the collective voice we have. As acting mayor, I was invited to go to Parliament to speak directly to ministers about the needs of our whole region, including, of course, Cambridge. I've sat with other Metro mayors to work together to lobby on issues that are vital for our communities up and down the country, such as putting pressure on supermarkets to do more to address the cost of living crisis. But I'm also struck by what Councillor Herbert said to us several years ago when we were debating whether to join a combined authority in the first place. And he said, Cambridge can't go it alone, and we shouldn't do so. That we're a city which attracts a lot of investment.
30 seconds.
And not only do we need to make sure that investment is shared with our own residents and not just a privileged few, we need to be reaching out to the communities around us too. We're the most unequal city in this country. We're also just miles away from rural areas which are also crying out for investment and support. And working together as a combined authority, we are so much better placed to address more of these problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's a very good answer there, and I'll be interested what you think the next 3 months is going to be like.
Councillor Smith?
I think, Councillor Dryden, if I've learnt one thing in politics, it's not to try and preempt the next week, let alone the next 3 months. So we'll just see what happens.
Thank you. Councillor Todd Jones?
Question 8, please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Todd Jones. The City Council is providing leadership on tackling the climate crisis, not just in the city, but also in the wider county. There's a lot that we're doing. So in 2021-22, we launched our Cambridge carbon training for council staff and councillors. And hopefully everybody in this room has had that training. It's open to all of you, and the new programme will be starting again shortly. Now, we've got a project in partnership with Cambridge Carbon Footprint to offer special Cambridge carbon literacy training to residents, and that started in January this year and is going really well. They've got the next session on the 28th of March, so let people know about that. Obviously, you can go to the special councillors one, so don't take up valuable spaces, but do highlight that. In the summer, we'll be launching our new Green Business Programme, which is in partnership with South Cambs and Hunts, and that will be providing expert one-to-one advice for small to medium businesses, plus capital grants. In the autumn last year, we launched our retrofit guide, which gives And we've got our new trusted contractor framework, which will help to push retrofitting to homeowners, landlords. We've got our district heat network project. We've got our Cambridge Climate Leaders, and the next one is being held. It's being hosted actually by Cambridge University at their new building for the Centre for the Cambridge Institute for Sustainable Leadership.
2 minutes, thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor
Okay.
Todd Jones, you have a supplementary, but if you haven't got one, obviously you could hand that over to Councillor Moore to finish off.
Yes, my supplementary is, would Councillor Moore like to finish her comments? Thank you.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much. So that's the Cambridge Climate Leaders, and that has become much more action focused. So this one being hosted by the university. The target is to create potential solutions to address the barriers to decarbonisation in the city. And that moves seamlessly into this great project we've got county-wide with other districts and the county, which is also, we've got government grant funding to look into the financial barriers to decarbonisation on a number of different work streams. So, for example, for individuals, businesses, organisations. And then, of course, we've got our Cambridge Climate Forum, where we get together with all the Cambridge climate environmental groups who are doing excellent work in the city, and obviously sharing ideas, supporting each other so that then we can do more and more, because obviously there's a lot more to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Simon-Smith.
Question 9, please.
The draft Cambridge Water Resources Management Plan was published only last week on the 24th of February. This was considerably later than anticipated. Officers will now be looking into what it means for the plan, as discussed in the reports to the January Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee. In terms of the overall programme for the local plan, work continues on the preparation of a draft plan to be reported to members later this year. We won't be able to confirm the number of new homes or jobs until we know that we have a reliable water source that doesn't impact or make the water environment worse.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. National planning policy says that planning policies and decisions should help create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand and adapt. Significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity. Important where Britain can be a global leader in driving innovation and in areas with high levels of productivity, we should be able to capitalise on their performance and potential. This national planning policy amounts to an implicit reference to Greater Cambridge, and it places considerable responsibility on the joint local plan to support growth. The adverse impacts of failures to provide sufficient water to reverse environmental damage and to provide grid capacity to electrify transport and heating outweigh the benefits of growth and justify restricting the overall scale, type and distribution of development in the plan area as set out in paragraph 11 of the National Planning Policy Framework.
Mr. Thornborough.
The National Planning Policy Framework goes further, pointing out that growth, a term much loved by developers and politicians, is not an end goal but a means to an end, that the economic, social and environmental objectives of planning have equal weight, and that further we must consider the economic objective in the wider context of growth, innovation and improved productivity. Not only that, we have to do this by identifying and coordinating the provision of infrastructure. That means ensuring there's enough water and electricity, that transport links are in place, and that broadband connectivity and schools and cafes and everything else people need to live good lives. And later, on page 45, if you're interested, of the NPPF, there's my favourite footnote. We are told that we have to take a proactive approach to mitigating and adapting to climate change, in line with the objectives and provisions of the Climate Change Act 2008. We can't slide around it or make it a secondary consideration. It's at the heart of what we do. As we deliberate and make proposals and consider our requirements, I think it's important to remember that we do this within a planning framework that prioritises mitigating climate change, that sees growth as only one element of success, one that is grounded in the clear injunction to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs.
30 seconds. Oh, thank you. We now go on to a question from Councillor Lee, but I know he's absent, so...
I'll move it in his absence.
Okay.
Yes, the scheme has indeed been extended. At the end of 2022, the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority, which manages the Voice scheme in Cambridge, agreed to further extend it until the 31st of May 2024 under new provisions from the Department of Transport. The Department of Transport provisions were introduced to allow more time to monitor and appraise the effectiveness of the existing national trials, including Cambridge, and to provide time to bring forward new legislation for a new vehicle category covering the use of low-speed, zero-emissions vehicles, including e-scooters, on public roads. It's the third such extension allowed by the Department of Transport. We don't know whether there'll be any more. The extension recognises that e-scooters provide a valuable addition to the urban transport scene. They encourage a move away from polluting alternatives, and the Voy for All scheme offers affordable personal mobility for those without other transport choices and or on low incomes. At the moment, there are a maximum of 900 e-scooters and 150 e-bikes. Voy has asked to increase the scooter unit cap to 1,400. Our officers think that is too many, especially when they are parked on pavements, and we have to push back on this. Ultimately, it will be for the combined authority's decision. Thank you.
Supplementary. Now done 29 minutes, 30 seconds. So I'm going to say that's it, because obviously it will run over. And we can always put your question again for the next council meeting. So that's the way it goes with the oral questions. We now come on to agenda item 9, motions to the council. On the motions for debate, the mover and the seconder have up to 10 minutes between them. The proposer and the seconder of an amendment have up to 10 minutes between them. The relevant executive councillor and the mover of the original motion have 3 minutes right to reply in that order. I'll now hand over the chair to the Deputy Mayor.
I call on Councillor Ashton to move motion 9A, and Councillor Russ McPherson will be seconding the motion. So 10 minutes between you.
Thank you. Honorary Recorder. The Recorder of a city was charged with duties of dispensing justice at the Court of Quarter Sessions, and such jurisdiction transferred to the Crown Court in 1972. Many boroughs and cities recognise the important part of life in the city played by the judiciary by establishing the position of Honorary Recorder. And this was last approved by this council in October 2013. The Honorary Recorder is classified as an office of dignity, and the incumbent must be a circuit judge. The title is bestowed on an individual, so each time the senior judge covering the Cambridge changes, the council should confirm the appointment. Other than organising a signing event with Mayor's invited guests, this honourable post should not create any additional significant expenditure to the civic office.
Councillor McPherson, do you wish to speak now or reserve your right?
Oh, I'm quite happy to speak now, Madam Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's an interesting position, this. It was revived when I was mayor in 2010 with a lot of work by the council officers and also in conjunction with the then High Sheriff, Lady de Ramsey, I'm sure many of you will remember. And that was passed by unanimous vote in this council, but just as one of our past colleagues would say, just a little bit of history. And that was Gareth Hawksworth. He's on a Judge Gareth Hawksworth, who many of you will probably have read about in the paper, and his many cases and interesting judgments. Gareth stood down. He was a really interesting character. When he stood down, his place was taken by his Honour Judge Farrell, who's actually been here a number of times. He was a recorder in 2000 and circuit judge in 2011. And he was appointed a resident judge for Cambridgeshire and honorary recorder of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough in 2015. And as the Mayor rightly says, that was also passed in this chamber. Judge Farrell stood down, I believe, in 2021, I think he stood down. That brings us to the present day, so you'll be pleased I haven't gone back to when we reenacted it in 2013, because we'd have been here an awfully long time. But at the moment, it is His Honour Judge Mark Bishop. Now, Mark's been appointed as resident judge for Cambridge and Peterborough with effect from the 7th of March 2022. So with that in mind and with that short history behind us, I'm very pleased to second this motion today to hopefully appoint in the honorary recorder for this fine city of ours, the City of Cambridge. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Is there any debate? Councillor Dryden.
Well, it's not a debate, just a comment actually, because I remember with many years we didn't have this position, it just went out. While the Deputy Lord Lieutenant was talking to me about it, so I think it was in 2013 that they asked me to bring this motion to the council, and that's how it came back again. So I'm glad to see it's carrying on in tradition. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? I'll now go to the vote on the motion. The vote's open.
I wish to declare an interest here. Being a defence lawyer, maybe in future I might have to appear in front of him. I just declare that interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Titala.
Councillor Dryden.
Well, I perhaps should declare an interest as being a magistrate.
Yeah.
Now, I need to take some advice whether this means we've got to restart the vote because the vote was already open. Carry on, thank you.
Councillor Dryden, you haven't voted.
So I think we're at 32.
Can we just be quiet while the vote comes out, please? Thank you.
32 yes, no noes and no abstentions. Thank you.
So the motion is carried. Thank you, everybody. I now call on Councillor Gilderdale to move motion 9B, and I understand Councillor Pounds is your seconder. You have 10 minutes.
Apologies, Mayor. Can I just let the council know that I'm not going to take part in this debate or vote in it, so as not to prejudice any future debates that might happen at the County Council. And I think Councillor Bird may...
They are not taking any part in this debate. They will not be voting on it because they believe it could actually cause problems because they are both county councillors. So they will not be taking part in the debate and they will not be voting in the debate. So when we come to the number of votes being counted, that's why there will be two in a sense. But they are staying and listening to the debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Gilbert.
I'm really
Wrong motion. I meant the GCP motion, not the right to strike one. Apologies.
So we go back and say that
Sorry,
Councillor
Tim.
Nessinger and Councillor Bird will, if they want, they don't have to, but will, if they want, speak on this motion and they will vote on this motion. Everybody clear now? Oh.
Apologies
Right.
for the confusion.
Thank you. Councillor Gelderdale, apologies for the confusion and your delay in starting. So, yes, please start.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm glad that we can all start this evening with the motion, which hopefully we can all agree on. I know we might not be hotly debating the issue, but I think it's really important that we can publicly discuss this issue in the council chamber because it's really important. And we really need to register our frustration and anger at the ways in which the government is yet again undermining and tearing apart the hard-won rights for workers across the UK. The proposed anti-union laws are yet another way in which the government is trying to weaken workers, keep wages low, and make it much harder for workers to take action. We're currently in the midst of the biggest wave of strikes since the 1980s, with unions backing their workers and fighting for better pay, conditions, and representation in their workplaces. I'm sure we all know a family member or a friend who's been on strike over the past few months and how much support we've given them. This is a huge movement and it's growing. And it's growing because it's ever more important right now with the cost of living and the deeper and deeper we're going to be facing the cost of living crisis and recession. Over the past 5 years, over the past 50 years, there have been many series of anti-union laws brought in by the Tories, which include restricting unions' power to go on strike, restrictive picketing rules, solidarity strikes being outruled, high turnout thresholds, ballot papers needing to be posted rather than online voting, and other examples like that. This minimum service level bill is just another example of this appalling trajectory, further making the UK the country with the most restrictive anti-union laws in Europe. Strikes, or the threat of strike action, are an essential tool for workers to win better working conditions and are the last resort to protect themselves from attacks on their livelihoods. Without the ability to strike, workers and unions will lose their power for collective bargaining, meaning there's more and more chance for workers' rights to be rolled back and pay to continue to stagnate. I'd briefly like to talk about minimum service levels. The government has often cited examples of France and Spain or Germany, all of which have minimal service level requirements during strikes. However, they've constantly misrepresented the legislation in these countries. For example, in France, the right to strike is protected by law, and it's much easier to call a strike there than it is in the UK. The tragic reality about minimum services is that the past few months have highlighted that in many services, they are already essentially operating at minimum service levels, which actually is a result of underfunding, outsourcing, undermining workers in all the professions, including healthcare, teaching, and transport. The government has brought key workers to their knees with successive real-term pay cuts, overwork, and underpay. And if they cared so much about minimum service levels, they should really fully fund, invest, and support these staff in those professions. People do not strike because they do not want to work. Workers go on strike because they love and are good at the jobs they do, and they want to do their work they do for a fair pay and for decent working conditions. Unions have won us incredible things and important things over time, the 5-day week, and maybe we'll see unions winning workplaces with 4-day weeks in the future, better terms and conditions, higher wages, paternity, maternity, carer leave policies. And if we're at risk of losing our union rights, we're also at risk of losing a lot more. So for these reasons, I commend the Council to support the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gilberdale. Councillor Pounds, do you wish to speak now, reserve your right to reply.
I reserve my right, please.
Is there any debate? Councillor Bennett?
Mr Mayor, Councillors Gilderdale, Councillors Pound, I'm actually speaking on behalf of Councillor Dr Copley, who cannot be here tonight because she's presenting her medical research to a prize committee. Here are Councillor Copley's words. We as individuals, as councillors and as the Green Party, are strong supporters of trade unions, and I am proud to be a trade unionist myself. Having attended many picket lines and spoken with workers, I continue to commit to stand alongside unions and support employees' rights to strike. Being able to assert your right for fair pay and conditions is a key part of a functioning democracy. As the cost of living crisis and poor working conditions continue, many workers, including key workers, are simply unable to cover their outgoings without a fair pay rise. I am a junior doctor and a member of the trade union, the British Medical Association. Following a successful ballot, junior doctors like me will be taking lawful strike action with a full walkout on 13th to 15th March. I am proud that at the most recent Green Party conference, I took a motion to support working people resisting the latest anti-trade union laws. The damaging decisions made by the Conservative government by enabling firms to use agency workers to replace striking workers and break strike action undermines all our democratic rights and our rights to a safe NHS. These laws are the latest in a long line designed to restrict trade unions and worker organisations. Trade union rights are an essential part of a free society and have been the key to major improvements in working conditions during the 19th and the 20th century. To see these being rolled back and those freedoms eroded is terrifying. We have rising inequality and exploitation of workers, and the loss of this
30 seconds left.
leads us closer to dystopian nightmare. We thank councillors Gilderdale and Pound for bringing this motion and strongly support it ourselves.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Hope?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I mean, I fully agree with the message of this motion. I am a Unite member myself, and well, I even brought a little prop myself, which probably looks familiar to many of you. It's from my desk at work. But I actually think this mug should also exist in yellow, or maybe in a neutral color. I actively encourage my colleagues at work to join the union, and for well-known reasons: collective bargaining, access to information, advice, political influence, and part of that is, of course, the right to strike. Providing minimum service levels where lives are in danger sounds like a good thing, but the irony of the current strikes is, of course, that many workers are on strike because they cannot meet the minimum service levels that they want to provide. Legislation is just an attempt to divert blame and distract from the real issues we are currently facing. I suspect, though, Mr. Mayor, on a slightly critical note, that one intention of this motion is also to highlight the strong link between Labour and the union. They are fighting shoulder to shoulder. And there are, of course, historical reasons for this link, even though the first unionists actually entered Parliament through the Liberal Party. In my experience, this link unfortunately puts off some people to join a union because they think of unions and Labour as two sides of the same coin. One side does the talk and the other one the walk. So I do support this motion, and I see this as an opportunity to show cross-party support for workers and unions. But I also do have an issue with a strong link between Labour and the unions, especially if it is a financial one,
because I think unions should represent everyone irrespective of which political party they support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holt. Councillor Dryden?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I've been a member of the union for over 50 years now, and all the time I've been in the union, I've never known it so bad with the government trying to erode our rights. I did notice that the legal profession, they were going to go on strike, and the government have given in to them, and I wonder why. And I just think it's probably because they're frightened. I think there's an element on the human rights here as well, not just union rights. So I think it's a great moment, and I hope everyone in the chamber here tonight supports this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dryden. Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Mayor. This country has a great history of struggle, and the fact that it's a history of struggle is the consequence of the establishment standing against the workers' rights, and that history long predates the great struggle of the miners against the Thatcher government. It goes way back to the Tolpuddle martyrs. I'm actually standing because I have to say that my country of origin, Australia, benefited from the establishment standing against the worker and against strikers because they transported them to Australia, which meant that Australia has a great history itself of workers' struggle and the gaining of principal rights for workers, some of which, of course, have been predated achievements in this country. But I want to say that as an original Australian, I certainly don't want more workers transported to Australia in order to gee up the movement there. Rather, I support this motion. It's a strong motion. It must be supported, and the government must be stopped from taking the action that they're taking against the worker, against unionists, against unions, and against workers' rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Collis?
Yeah, I just have something very quick to say. I was discussing a while back the right to strike with a patient who I met through my work as a chaplain, and this guy had terminal cancer, was hospitalised for this. We were discussing the nursing and doctor strikes, and he said unequivocally, absolutely, they should be out on strike, and the government should be ashamed of themselves. And if an 85-year-old man, terminally ill, in pain, can see this, then the government should see it as well.
Thank you. Any other councillors for debate? Councillor Pounds, if not, you would have 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Councillor Smart.
Thank you,
I missed
Chair.
you, apologies.
3 quick points. So firstly, on the nature of the motion, it was interesting to see how in services like ambulance drivers that when they were on strike, they still did the job when it was essential to do the job, to collect people. I never was quite sure whether they were paid for that or not. I suppose they are, but obviously when you're on strike, you don't get paid. The other thing I'd say is on the sort of generality of the motion and legislation that in my union, Unison, at Addenbrooke's, I work at Addenbrooke's, less than 50% of the members voted, so the vote wasn't counted, but 80% of that 50% voted to strike, and that's the nature of the beast that the Tory government has put upon us, I guess. And just on legislation, it was interesting to hear Councillor Hook criticise the relationship between our Labour Party and the unions from which we came. And I noted that I think it's called the Small Business Enterprise and Employment Act 2015, which was passed by the Liberal Democrat Conservative coalition government, was described as toothless with regard to zero-hour contracts. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else before I go to Councillor Pounds? Councillor Pounds, you've got 6 minutes, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You don't have to have 6 minutes, 20 seconds, of course.
So throughout history, working people have always had to fight for the basic human rights that we enjoy today. The freedom to withdraw our labour is a fundamental human right, and this bill threatens it. This country is facing the longest crisis in living standards since records began. After 13 years of Tory austerity caused by a financial crisis not of their making, public sector workers have paid the price of seeing their living standards fall year after year. They have every right to complain. And the Tory government's answer to this is to double down on austerity and refuse to have meaningful talks with workers and unions. For the first time ever, our nurses have been forced to take strike action. Unions have achieved better pay and working conditions, not just for the benefit of their members, but for everyone. They have also fought for better health and safety standards, exposed dangerous practices such as low staffing levels, underfunding, and poor regulation, not just to improve their conditions, but also to ensure quality and safety. This benefits everyone, and particularly those who depend most on public services. We should also remember that this anti-strike legislation is not just to deal with the current crisis. This is there for all time. We will not be able to protest or expose future draconian measures introduced by a government who does not respect the rights of ordinary people. This is a government that stood and clapped and encouraged others to clap our nurses who worked so tirelessly for us to keep us safe during the pandemic. Let's not forget the Tory PPE scandal, which put them at risk. Their reward, after all the sacrifices made on our behalf, was a badge. Our teachers and other public sector workers also went to extraordinary lengths on our behalf, and the government still refuses to engage and discuss pay, conditions, staff shortages, and a recruitment crisis in our public sector, which has forced nurses to strike for the first time in their history. Even then, in spite of such hypocritical behaviour by the Tory government, nurses, care workers and teachers and others did provide emergency cover. Their care and concern for their patients and pupils still paramount. The difference between our government and other countries where emergency cover agreements are in place is just that. They are agreements between unions and governments. Instead, we are faced with a draconian piece of legislation which will penalise unions and workers who protest. Secretaries of State would have the power to set the minimum service levels. Governments should be there to run a country in the interests of its population. Strikers are not militants. They are people who are fed up, struggling for years and years to make ends meet in spite of working long hours, and who want their government to listen to them. With this bill, we face the prospect of workers having to accept situations due to a fear of losing their jobs. I do hope we will all support this motion and send a strong message about our concerns and oppositions to the Minimum Services Bill. It is for the benefit of everyone in society that we preserve the right to speak out and, if necessary, strike when our hard-won rights and the living standards and services we all depend on are being eroded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pound. Councillor Gilderdale, you have the right to reply, 3 minutes.
I don't have anything else to add, thank you.
Thank you. In that case, we'll now go to the vote on the motion. And again, if we can just, no discussion while we're going to the vote. Can you open the vote? The vote is now closed. We've got 31 in favour, none against and 1 abstention. So the motion is passed. I now call on Councillor Howard to move motion.
Apologies, Chair.
Councillor.
Could we have a 5-minute comfort break?
I was going to call it 8 o'clock because we normally call it 8 o'clock. So I'll open it to members. Do you want to do this motion or do you want a comfort break beforehand? Right, yeah. Comfort breaks, you can always nip out for a comfort break without everybody having to go out. So I'm just asking the question. We'll have a comfort break now then, 15 minutes and back at 7:45. Thank you. I found the bell, so I don't have to interrupt. Right, thank you, members. I now call on Councillor Howard to move motion 9C, and I understand Councillor Bennett is to second. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Howard, please address the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Even though on the surface this motion might look to prioritise social justice, fairness, above purely environmental benefit, I want to explain by example how this motion, as an ideal microcosm of the challenges the whole world faces, is also a climate motion, and in fact is another example of how social justice and climate justice are so inextricably linked. I would like to take on the mantle started by Councillor Copley, having brought no fewer than 6 climate-centred motions in her time, continuing to raise the alarm for the climatic catastrophe in my own way. But I will limit you all to just one different way to view some numbers, and that is, in the 200 years since the Industrial Revolution, average global temperatures have increased by 30% of the change that without human presence would typically be seen over a 25,000-year cycle. The causes, as we well know, emissions from factories, houses, vehicles, among numerous other cascading crises, such as the continued mass change in land use. There are no two ways about it. We're in trouble. But I hear you. Why am I distracting with the whole globe when we have brought us all here to talk about stressed parents trying to drive their kids to school amongst busy lives where buses are currently infrequent and rents and interest rates rocket? It is because a change of transport system like that proposed is one of those microcosms I mentioned for the many parallel changes which we need to make all across the globe. Almost everyone will need to change their patterns of behaviour. The question remains, how? The key message of this motion is that for the good of unity and equality, we must better consider the context of the rising cost of living and the risk to those most vulnerable groups in any funding model proposed for a significant change such as large improvements to local transport. In making these decisions, we need as much unity as possible. Unity between minds, between the stressed and the panicked, unity between protester and protector, unity where the rich deploy their assets, voluntarily or not, to help the greater good. To this end, we cannot hope to motivate positive change and all the time that we are divided. And I'm truly saddened that the issue which seems to have gained the most broad traction locally in these past few years is one which could currently be perceived in its worst interpretation to pit vulnerable people on the lowest incomes, struggling in a cost of living emergency, against what should be a greatly positive green decision for our city. It's not surprising that despite the many very good proposals contained in the Making Connections offer, that due to the lack of clarity on fairness, social justice, the lack of clarity on adjustment for ability to pay, much of the media and campaign against have laser focused in on the proposed charging structure, where instead, of course, we would prefer a focus on the truly positive vision for a city free of pollution, with cleaner air, with more open streets, pedestrianised zones, and most of all, a world-class public transport system. I can therefore say wholeheartedly that I fully welcome the vision for a city centred around sustainable travel, but we need to clarify to everyone the way the scheme is funded, allowing clear exemptions for people on the lowest incomes, vulnerable small businesses, disabled residents, carers, medical workers, and vulnerable patients. So what does that all mean in the context of a consultation on sustainable travel zone? I think it means a workplace parking levy to support a reduced general charge for those most in need. So those many profitable companies in Cambridge bear the brunt of the costs of improving our broken local transport system. Franchising of the buses, so profits from subsidised bus companies can better be controlled and redistributed in the local economy. Better consideration of a very light rail system for a city to deliver proper capacity in the public transport network. And transparency and full details of additional local support for public transport access, for example, free bus tickets, mixed with partial or full exemptions to any charges for people on low incomes and other vulnerable groups, with numerous obvious and easy access points digitally and for the digitally excluded. This motion would not be complete without some blame. And that blame for me rests solely with the embarrassment that is the conservative establishment in Whitehall, the symbol of a party who would seek to claim political traction with those struggling, when they are exactly the party who are complicitly in the national increase of inequality, which holds people there. Underfunding of our public services, squeezing our local authorities, overseeing an upward spiral of cost of living inflation, worst for those on low incomes, along with the inevitable interest rate rises which followed. So for climate, for fairness, and for eventual unity, I bid you support this motion to send a clear message that our city supports dramatic improvement in our transport lives while bringing as many people as possible along with us for the journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Councillor Bennett, do you wish to speak now?
I will, Chair.
Okay, thank you. You've got 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay. Reason why I'm speaking now, not reserving my position, is Councillor Howard wanted to talk to you about details of some of the proposals we're making, and he will answer any points you make in the debate in his final 3 minutes. So, a lot of people have asked me why we're talking about exemptions and discounts for small businesses in a cost of living. And one of the reasons for that is in our discussions with residents, they seem to have been more anxious about the indefinite and open-ended impact of price rises that businesses will have to pass on to them than about congestion charges they might be paying themselves. And I think we can all appreciate that uncertainty does add to the problems and makes it so much more stressful. So we have chosen to suggest discounts or exemptions for businesses and other organisations such as charities that pay business rates, such that anyone in receipt of discounted business rates, either small business rates relief or any other business rates reduction until the start of the financial year, should also get a corresponding deduction against their congestion charge bills. Because if a small business needs business rates relief, then it stands to reason that they need help with their congestion charge as well. We know that for many of our businesses, it's very, very difficult to manage the impact of a congestion charge because it comes on the back of all the changes that Councillor Howard mentioned, the trustonomic rises in interest rates, rise in energy prices because the government has failed to follow any retrofit strategy, and rising inflation. So, not put a particular level of discount or exemption. We know that there is room in the GCP figures at the moment. The estimated revenues are just under double the estimated costs. We know that inflation is going to chip away at that, but there is certainly room for more discounts and exemptions to make this a fairer transition. I do not think that anybody in this chamber doesn't want a just transition or does not understand that social justice and climate justice are inextricably linked. There are a lot of things that we could talk about in relation to making connections, but at the moment, until we satisfy residents' anxieties about the cost of living impact, they aren't going to be listening if we talk about orbital buses or smart ticketing or changing or having evening buses through park and rides or any of the other improvements that residents have asked. So I ask you to support this motion unamended and send a clear message to residents so that we can reopen this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bick has given notice of an amendment which is on pages 15 to 18 of the information pack. Councillor Anna Smith will second the amendment and you have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move the amendment that's on the page that you've just said. This motion is obviously inviting us to address a complex and what to many people is a controversial subject. There are many people who feel the Making Connections proposals throw up practical challenges for the travel that they and their families need to do. And they have real concerns for the impact of that, which definitely need to be addressed. There are many people who are keen to see the benefits from these proposals, whether it's in terms of swifter, safer, more reliable ways of getting into and around the city, making a significant contribution to climate change, or reducing pollution from traffic. And these two groups sometimes include some of the same people. Putting this all into the melting pot was exactly the purpose of the consultation that was just held. And I hope that the Green Party have put their suggestions into that process. That there were 24,000 responses is very welcome. Change, however worthwhile, can be an unsettling process, even if it can be a compelling one for many others. Whether we can bring people together around a plan evolved from the original proposals, which undoubtedly will change with that number of responses. With the benefit of further listening, it remains to be seen. I personally hope we can, and I and my party are committed to trying to do so. Because we need to accept that times are changing if we are all to share this city fairly with each other as the world around us changes. Greater Cambridge fundamentally ought to have what it takes to be great at this. It's unhelpful to all concerned, and I'm not talking about the motion here to allay fears in advance. What is unhelpful to all concerned is the exploitation of concerns for other ends. Linkage with unrelated and outlandish ideological obsessions, misinformation, straight invention. And my residents, and I suspect all of yours, have heard some of that. And sometimes they have had to believe it because they didn't know. But unless we want this quest for a fair and workable scheme to fail, it's really important that this council acknowledges concerns, but also helps people to understand both the proposals and the process. My feeling is that this motion doesn't do that in several respects. The impact of any scheme on people's domestic finances, in particular those on low incomes, and on the wider local economy, are important to all of us. So much so that the various impact assessments the motion requests have been commitments of the GCP from the start of launching their draft proposals. The whole process would not have been embarked upon unless this had been the case. And I say that with conviction from my side, and I believe it would be held with conviction from the other side of this chamber. The idea that no one had thought of this until the Green Party did and submitted their motion doesn't portray properly the approach that is being followed. And it's important, I think, for all of us to provide this confidence, which I think the amendment does. The second respect in which this motion describes a scheme which is all about cost. In doing so, it lines up, I'm afraid, with those campaigners who find evaluating it extremely easy. You just add up the daily road charge for every day you currently get in your car, and you call it an outrageous and an unfair tax, an imposition. That ignores the purpose of such a scheme, which is to encourage change in travel patterns by providing alternative choices, which are cheaper, safer, and more efficient. The adequacy of those alternatives is just as much an issue for evaluation and question as the cost of paying a road charge or exemptions or discounts from it. And I'm pleased that that evaluation is committed to happen with the help of thousands of people's input. And in that evaluation, I hope we don't lose consciousness that our travelling public, as well as car drivers, include those without a car at all, many on the lowest incomes, many who today struggle with the alternatives of expensive, unreliable and inadequate public transport and the safety of cycling on congested roads. For them, proposals like the ones made are 100% much needed benefit and actually reduce costs within tight budgets. And in the wider economy, it is a little bit more complicated than the implication of this motion. Congestion is actually a huge cost to our local economy because of the difficulty of getting physical access to it. The GCP initiative is framed for a growing population. We've seen how fast that has been growing, with people all trying to get access at the same time. So it's about preserving and enhancing access, not impeding it. For the delivery van drivers and the tradespeople, time is money, and a lot of that is wasted today. And if eventual proposals amount to an incentive to consolidate cargoes and reduce vehicle journeys, then that would also be a bonus. Now, I don't want to call what the balance is on any of those things, which are going to be assessed and discussed, because the GCP is committed to them. We're all waiting for that process. But at this stage, I think we should be resisting the easy simplicities and assisting understanding of the balances involved and understanding the proposals that were actually made. Very clearly, a scheme of this kind being considered involves costs and benefits, and we all want to make sure that they don't unfairly fall on those least able to accommodate them. Finally, it was disappointing to see the absence in the motion of any support or acknowledgement for the wider reasons for a scheme of this kind in the common good. Cleaner air, reducing carbon emissions, creating a kinder, more people-centric environment. I thought this was what the Green Party was all about. Are they not keen at all now to wave the banner on a tangible public policy initiative which could make a real difference, even if we all agree the actual proposals will need to change based on all the public responses and the impact assessments which we know are promised? So I do hope this amendment can bring the Council together to project a balanced understanding of the Making Congestions process and its purpose, which already includes consideration of people's cost of living and the health of the local economy, factors which do not actually only point one way. Thank you. Now.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. Councillor Anna Smith, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right. How long do I have left?
You've got 1 minute 40. Yeah, 1 minute 40.
So much for 6 minutes, Councillor Bick.
Is there any debate? And after the debate, Councillor Anna Smith and Councillor Howard have the right to reply 3 minutes. Right, wait a minute. Right. Councillor Bagent.
Thank you. The movers of this resolution claim to stand for saving our planet. But when it comes to looking at issues so important in our time, the Party of the Planet proposes a motion that is little more than just raw politicking. An attempt to garner votes by reiterating what is said in the consultation as if they invented the debate. They make proposals that have already been made and talk about things like light rail, which may be very popular but is far too expensive for this scheme. There are times in our lives as politicians that we have to make decisions for the wider good. The Lib Dems and the Labour Party have come together to oppose this motion and show solidarity with the people of Cambridge. To end this disconnect, can I call on the party opposite, the Party of the Planet, to withdraw their motion and provide solidarity in this room?
Thank you, Councillor Bajan. Councillor Herbert.
As a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership for quite a few years, I got involved in seeking to tackle congestion, improve bus services, and tackle air. We have appalling air. We've got something like the 4th or 5th worst air quality of any city or town in this country, for several reasons, and transport is the central reason. So I'm mystified. I believe that I'm red and green, but I didn't hear, Councillor Howard, really anything about green. And so I just want to say two things, really. One is that a Citizens' Assembly looked at a workplace parking levy. Several of us have looked at it in depth. In terms of improving air or buses, or tram, but it didn't actually cut the numbers of cars moving through Nottingham at all. I would much prefer Councillor Howard had read his own Green Party Transport Green Print, which is a 31-page document produced by Cambridge Green Party, which says Green councillors would investigate whether a congestion charge scheme could become part of Cambridge's city deal or other funding with other transport schemes. A Green MP for Cambridge would argue for less of the cost of motoring to be paid up front, and he would argue for road charging. And I'd just like to hear Councillor Howard's view on this. We would reduce fuel duty and replace it with road charging. Driving through Cambridge should not cost essentially the same as driving through rural areas. So, 2008, had it been implemented, it would not only have reduced car traffic, but by now, £500 million for public transport, cycling and walking. I just don't understand the Green Party in this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Herbert. Councillor Healy.
This issue is such an important one for our city. It's about our young people's future. It's about the fact that we're in gridlock in the city, and it's about the fact that we need to do something about it right here and right now. And the Greens say their motion's about unity. Clearly it's not. We all know it's a cheap stunt to try and politicise the local elections coming up and gain some from that. We know that all of these factors are already being thought of, that we're prioritising social and economic inequality in terms of this scheme. And it's really just a cheap stunt that they're trying to pull today. We need to be mature. This debate is so important for our city. And it's become so toxic, as others have said. There's been mistruths. There's been all sorts of allegations and accusations thrown around. And actually, my own ward colleague, Councillor Bajan, he's been subject to so much abuse. He's been subject to all sorts of things, like horrendous things that have been said about him when he's just trying to do his job on the GCP. We all have a responsibility to have a mature debate on this. And I would plead, let's just wait for the results. We all know we're going to take into account what comes out of it, and let's listen instead of these stunts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Healy. Councillor Smart.
I didn't really want to say anything too much about the motion, but just to say what it does contain is talking about exemptions to the motion. And it seems to me that should we be concerned with declaring any interests as councillors, as we have positions of authority in this city, and if we're going to be putting forward a motion which suggests that, or might be putting forward an motion which suggests that exemptions are what we want and they apply to us personally. Shouldn't we be saying that? For example, the motion from from the Greens says something about reliefs and exemptions for small businesses and other organisations. I mean, I personally don't run a small business, but some people do, maybe in this chamber. I wasn't quite sure, so maybe you could get some advice on that, please.
I'll ask the legal officer just to quantify what you've just said.
Councillor Smart, in terms of any declarations, and I think as the Mayor helpfully pointed out at the start of the meeting, if at any point it occurs to you that there's something which directly impacts yourself as a councillor and you feel you have to make a declaration because something being discussed touches and concerns your own particular position, one should make a declaration.
I don't have a personal declaration. No, I just thought that some members in the chamber might need to. I was just encouraging that because I thought
the councillors can all express in the debate, Councillor Smart, so everybody can have their say in the debate. So it's not for you to speak for the other councillors; it's for them to speak what they want to speak. So if you finish now, we'll move on to other speakers. Yeah.
I haven't finished actually. No, no. I mean, what I'm saying applies to the Greens who are proposing this motion, I guess. That's what I'm really saying, to cut to the chase. Just one thing on the actual motion then. As I was surprised and disappointed to read in note 8 in the Green motion that they were talking about people who are owner-occupiers and not even mentioning people that rent houses. And half of the residents in this city rent their houses either privately or with social rents. And to talk about mortgage costs for the people that own houses is certainly significant for those people, but that's by no means the whole population. There are millions of people in the UK that rent houses and obviously in Cambridge as well. And we need to remember those people. You know, we, in terms of the costs of accommodation, we in the council have only put up our rents by 5%, whereas we could have put them up by 7%. That's what the government limit was. We chose to do that. Obviously, private rents have been going up hugely by percentage increases that have never been seen before more recently because of this cost of living crisis, but there's no mention of that in this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Swift.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to talk a little bit about the £5 congestion charge. There's a lot of disquiet about that on the doorstep. In Westchester, we organised a public debate at the local library for 3 Labour councillors, and there's a lot of disquiet about the £5 congestion charge. I know it's only a component of the Sustainable Travel Zone proposal, but on the doorstep, probably most people that we talk to, and that's hundreds over the last few months, have been extremely worried about the congestion charge. And affordability, for example, people not knowing how on earth they're going to survive. They're only just surviving at the moment with the cost of living. £5 a day for an electric bicycle is just going to be horrendous. It's a huge problem. And unintended consequences for small businesses, talking to a local picture framers. A piece of glass comes in, if that costs £50 to put into a frame, then they will go bust. There's a lot of disquiet about how the operated, the camera gates, what hours they will function, work from, how they will actually be located, and exemptions. There's a lot of disquiet, and I think we've got to actually face that and not just pretend that it's about only green issues. It's about a lot more than that. It's about people during a cost of living crisis who are actually really up against it and extremely worried.
Thank you. Councillor Hulk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The amendment has predictably been called a wrecking amendment in the public domain. I hold the view that it is rather a rescuing amendment. And it is not about whether we are pro or con the making connections proposals. So the premise of this motion seems to be that we need to be reminded that there is a cost of living crisis going on. They want to advise the GCP's CEO that we declare the cost of living crisis here at this council. So I performed a simple search on the documents on the Making Connections website and found references to the cost of living crisis in at least 3 documents, and then I stopped. No mention of this in the motion or the previous speeches. The impact of the proposals, not just on congestion, pollution and climate change, but also on those who own cars or depend on public transport, are already at the center of the debate. So, Mr. Mayor, what would the Green Party say if somebody tabled a motion, we have to address growth in the city, so let's come up with a plan, with policies and proposals for the future development and land use in Cambridge for the next 10 years or so, without even mentioning the local plan. It's of course perfectly fine to disagree with the GCP's Making Connection proposals. For example, the social, equality and health impact assessments, or the strategic, economic, financial and commercial case assessments. That's what the consultation and public debate are about. And all of these assessments can still be updated. But for the Green Party in the City Council to invent the wheel again, no pun intended here, is not a good use of our and the public's time. The amendment makes clear that no decision has been made yet, but that we are supporting the decision-making process, and that we need to take the results of the consultation very seriously indeed, in all respects. I will therefore vote in favour of the amendment and in favour of the hopefully amended motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you. I wouldn't normally expect to speak again, but I think Councillor Smart was implying that I had failed to make a declaration of interest, and I wanted to clarify that. I am the director of a home-based micro-business. As such, I do not pay business rates and would not be eligible for any small business rates exemption. So I have no interest in the proposal I have made on that basis. I will also add that because of my peripheral neuropathy, my car has been declared off-road for 2 years and is only still on my driveway because I'm hoping that my godson will eventually pass his driving test and have it as a very belated 21st birthday present. I do not have a car. I do actually own a blue badge, but I haven't renewed it because I haven't used it for more than 18 months. So I have no personal gain to make from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Councillor Scott.
Thank you. When the 1995 State Pension Act was introduced, no impact statement had been made on the consequences of raising the pension age for women from 60 to 65. Why do I raise this in the context of this debate? Because the amendment makes 2 points, amongst others. One is that the City Council has declared a cost of living emergency, one, and number 2, that the Greater Cambridge Partnership has undertaken impact statements on the issue of the congestion charge. Vulnerable groups are impacted by any cost rises, and one significantly vulnerable group are 1950s born women. Because of that change in the pension age, they were specifically targeted to bear the brunt of the change in the pension age, which had existed since 1940. They, therefore, are one of these vulnerable groups that is impacted, as I've said, by the cost of living. I simply want to make the point that we talk about the wages gap or the pay gap. We don't talk sufficiently about the pensions gap. The pensions gap is a consequence of the pay gap and explicitly impacts on women. And it explicitly impacts on women hugely who were born in the 1950s because of that rise in the pension age. They demand, they are entitled to proper compensation for the fact that they bore the brunt of that rise in the pension age, and any cost of living should be the base level that informs all plans or schemes by the City Council, by the County Council, by the Greater Cambridge Partnership, by the combined authority and, in fact, by the central government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Any other councillors? Councillor Holloway?
Thank you. I'm very glad that both the original motion and the amendment have focused on fairness. I think we all agree, really, that that is absolutely crucial to any scheme that's brought forward, or even if a scheme is not brought forward, to a transport system in Cambridge. I just want to note that the status quo is not fair. It's not fair that people spend hours every week sitting in traffic. It's not fair that people can't know if or when a bus is going to turn up. It's not fair that people don't feel safe when they're walking or cycling in our city. It's not fair that children are forced to breathe dirty air. It's not fair that Cambridge contributes more than it should to carbon emissions, which impact most on the least well off. It's therefore really important that we design a scheme that is fair, and of course that includes focusing on those on the lowest incomes. It includes finding a fair way to raise funds and also finding a fair way to reduce congestion. It's also about choice. It's about offering people choices, the choice to be able to drive on a road that isn't full of traffic, the choice to get on a bus that is cheap and is reliable, the choice to be able to walk or cycle and feel safe when you're going around Cambridge, the choice to breathe clean air, might be the choice to use a car as part of a car club, or it might be a choice to get on an e-bike or get a dial-a-ride service. So it's absolutely crucial that fairness is part of any scheme we bring in, and choice is a really important part of that.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to be clear, this is a motion from the Green Party, and I'm speaking for myself and my residents here. I think what Councillor Holloway just said about fairness was interesting, and there's a dimension of this which for me has not had enough consideration yet. Now, I understand that this whole debate is preempting the results of the consultation, but I would like this thought on the record, which is that there are inequalities around incomes in the city. There are also spatial inequalities. And so I note that in the helpful commentary provided by the GCP officer, she talks about over a third of households in the city don't have access to a car, and in some wards this exceeds 40%. In my own ward, the level of households who don't have a car is considerably lower than that. And I want to make the point that that's even in the areas identified in the 21 census data, which demonstrate the most concentrated deprivation. So, for example, the eastern end of Glebe Road and Hills Avenue, that output area scores 9.9% of households having 3 dimensions of deprivation, but only 19% of households don't own a car there. On Gun Hill Way, 21% of households there have 3 dimensions of deprivation, and 25% of households don't have a car there. I think when we think about transport in the city, there is a tendency to think about the heart of the city. There is an uneven distribution of facilities and amenities across the city. And when we do come to consider the GCP's findings from the consultation, I hope we can continue to think about spatial equality as well as income equality and the impacts on both of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Thornborough.
Earlier we were talking about our vision, or how we want the Greater Cambridge area to be in the future, and we're all passionate about getting the right water so that we don't damage the environment and we have enough going forward in the future to support the economy and homes. And hopefully it will, I'm concerned about the cost of the water. But for our future, it's not just water, it's also sustainable electricity to decarbonise, and it's also sustainable transport, which has to go hand in hand with sustainable development in the future. So what the discussions that we're talking about now will absolutely impact the local plan going forward, and whether it will be a success or not. It's transformative, but without really good sustainable transport, it will fail in the same way as we don't have water, we can't move forward. But our residents do have legitimate concerns, and businesses do, and I know from what Councillor Bick has said that they will be taken into account, and I look forward to the results and whatever the recommendations are to see the direction of the final proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Carling.
Thank you very much. In recent literature published by Green councillors, Councillor Bennett is quoted as saying the intention behind this motion was partially to reduce tensions. I think that's a sentiment we can all get behind. But unfortunately, I feel this motion would not achieve that aim. Much of the motion is devoted to calling upon the GCP to do things that it is doing, or indeed has already done, as is being said by others. As throughout the Green and Independent amendment to the budget, I cannot help but feel the Greens are using that classic tactic of asking the GCP to do what they are already doing in order to later claim to have been the driving force behind doing it in the first place. I hope that's not the case, I really do, and I'm grateful to Councillor Howard's speech just now highlighting the immense scale of the climate crisis we're facing. It's important to bear that context in mind when we're making decisions at all levels of government. However, the motion introduces some quite dubious claims. For example, in saying the GCP do not require the approval of the City Council or any other district council for their proposals, the motion seems to misleadingly imply that we have no input over the GCP at all, which is not true. We appoint one of the 3 voting members to the Executive Board, as well as representatives to the Assembly. I liked Councillor Houck's description of this amendment as a rescuing amendment instead of a wrecking amendment, which is what the Greens are decrying it as. I think that's a very apt description. Our amendment will help to clear up confusing statements like that example I just gave, that the original motion would have introduced, and clarifies that no decisions have been made, nor will any be made, until we have the opportunity to properly hear what our residents are telling us in the analysis of the consultation results. The recent publication on the Green Party website, the Cambridge Green Party website, speaks about allowing both sides to listen to each other and find common ground, and how our amendment apparently blocks that from happening in the debate tonight. But finding common ground is exactly what we want to do by listening to the results of the consultation and continuing to raise the issues our residents are speaking to us about, so that they can be further explored. I've been contacted by residents from all walks of life about the city access proposals, with a variety of complex needs and circumstances that I believe we must address in any scheme that does go ahead. There's lots of ways we can explore doing so. For example, one idea that's been raised is to look at giving residents a threshold of 3 days, where the first X number of days driven per year would not be subject to a charge. I don't know if I would support such an idea, or indeed if it would be viable in a scheme that still meets its objectives. But it's something I'd certainly like to see explored, and I raise it as one example of how we could seek to address concerns through modifications to the proposal. But what we cannot do is put forward a wish list of popular-sounding policies that are completely unrealistic, as has just been done, unfortunately, with the resurgence of light rail in Councillor Howard's speech. So this amendment sets out the context of the issue, as well as what we as a council want to see from any proposals. It retains the important discussion of the cost of living crisis, which must be a big factor.
Thank you, Councillor Carling. That's your time up. If I allow everybody to go on, that's an extra hour tonight. So, Councillor Moore, it's your opportunity now. Thank you.
Thank you. I welcome Councillor Howard's mention of the climate crisis in his speech this evening, but I was very surprised that a motion on a project to tackle congestion and transport issues in the city from the Green Party, as has been said by a number of colleagues, did not mention once the climate crisis or poor air quality. I appreciate that the inequality impacts, but we can't forget that the climate crisis and air pollution also disproportionately impact the vulnerable and those on low incomes. Nearly 20% of carbon emissions in Cambridge come from transport. The climate crisis is real, it's happening. We've declared a climate emergency in this chamber. Not everybody present was here, but I would imagine that everybody who is present would support it if we were to bring one today. And it's speeding up. We know that it's speeding up, but we don't actually really know how fast it's speeding up due to a number of tipping points that once, as the name would suggest, we tip over, we do not know what the impact will be. Some new modelling suggests that we will pass the threshold for dangerous global warming between 2027 and 2042. So we could reach 1.5 degrees of warming a year before the congestion charge is proposed to come in, as it was proposed in the consultation that's just been out. I would urge for this motion to be a unanimous motion by this council. We've declared a climate emergency, a biodiversity emergency, and a cost of living emergency. The cost of living crisis is real and terrible now. I personally feel it very much, but it will pale into insignificance to the cost of living emergency that will come from the climate emergency. Food prices will skyrocket. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Anybody else to speak? I think we've got through everybody now. So we come to the right to reply. Councillor Alan Smith and Councillor Howard have the right to reply. 3 minutes. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, and could I tap my extra 1 minute and 14 seconds? Councillor Bicker's left me onto that, please, as my... Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bick. I'll return the favour sometime soon. Okay. Amendment, I have to say, is all more than a bit frustrating, because there's not very much in Councillor or Howard's speeches that I had much to disagree with. And the reason that we're amending this is because of the text of the motion. And Councillors Bennett and Howard have been very vocal already in saying online that we've wrecked their well-intentioned motion. But I'm afraid, Mr. Mayor, the problem is we couldn't have supported the motion as it stood. And if we'd voted it down because it was asking to do things that were already there, we'd have been accused of not supporting the very things that we had insisted were in the proposals in the first place. So we really had no choice but to bring an amendment. Now, I want to reiterate, no decision has been made. Not on the nature of any scheme, actually not on whether it should go ahead at all, because we in this chamber are Democrats and we will listen to what the 24,000 people who have filled the consultation in are saying to us. But clearly, if a consultation, there have to be red lines, and a major red line for us on this side of the chamber, and I think for everyone actually that put this in, was about equalities. Now, I appreciate there are many people who can't afford a car, and the key equalities issue is having decent public transport. But then for others who have to drive for a variety of reasons, we were insistent that no scheme would go out to consultation that didn't include a lot of help for those on low incomes. And the same is true for the proposals in the scheme with disabilities, those who have medical needs, the immunocompromised, carers, the list goes on. So we couldn't support a motion which implied we'd never thought of those things at all and then calls for them as if they are new ideas. Other things, such as the work that we need to decide on how a scheme, if it goes ahead, might support small businesses, is absolutely ongoing already. So the same thing applies. Now, I say again, no decision has been made on the process of the scheme, but if it does go ahead, I think there is general agreement there will need to be more changes. Why would you consult 24,000 people and then say, well, absolutely nothing is going to change? And all of those of us here in this chamber have, as Councillor Healy said, a responsibility to keep listening to our residents, feeding their thoughts back to the GCP via our representatives on the Assembly and on the board, and directly, of course, to officers as well. And I know that I'm hearing some things loud and clear when I talk to my own residents, both things people are positive about and also concerns they have about the current scheme, many of which have been raised today. And I think actually this has been a very good and open debate with lots of really interesting ideas raised. by emphasising something I think we can all agree on. We want outstanding public transport that really does deliver for all the people in our city. We want to do right by our residents, by our workers, by our businesses, by our college students. We want to listen to what they have to say, not just hear, but listen. And we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Howard, you're right to reply.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm feeling quite overwhelmed with the breadth and diversity of the comments. So thank you seriously for all the different inputs. I think it has been a healthy process to air this maybe earlier than it would have been aired if we had not brought this motion. And yeah, I don't agree with the statements that we're wasting the council time or that it's not a valuable thing to have. I suppose the main thing I want to pick up on is this suggestion that we're just asking for things that are already being done to be done, which I don't agree with, because I think the motion asks to go further and specify exactly what that set of exemptions look like. Because if that had have been done, potentially before the consultation went out, in a bit more detail or even more detail, then people receiving that could have seen it on the table, and the opposite camp, dare I use the term, would have less veracity to argue against what is being proposed. I completely reject the suggestion by Councillor Herbert that the motion as put forward is not consistent with Green Party policy. It is absolutely not saying that there shouldn't be a charge of any kind. It's saying that the charge that comes through can be funded in better, more equitable ways, which I recognise from Councillor Smith's statements is being considered. We just don't know the detail. That is what the motion asks for. And I think everything else pretty much we have agreement on. Just to briefly to Councillor Bick's statement about inviting consultation response. Yes, there is 11 pages of a Green Party response of a mixture of what we think of the proposals and also other ideas that could have or could be considered. And the key thing I want to finish on is fine, workplace levy doesn't necessarily cover the full cost, as was put forward in Nottingham, but why not a mixture? Why not use that to raise a decent amount of funds from those most profitable businesses, wealthier people in the city, in order to redistribute wealth in the city through this proposal? I think that's a pretty no-brainer exercise, and I think the suggestion that we as a Green Party can't bring socially centred thoughts to this chamber and that we have to only talk about the environment is a bit mute. So I hope you would still support the unamended motion, and I would have been very happy with an amendment which included the text. I recognise Councillor Smith's attempt to try and incorporate. It was a shame that some of the text at least couldn't have been retained, and that's why we've used the word wrecking, because no single word of the original motion remains. So I think that's a fair use of the word wreck. If it had been a reasonable edit, then it wouldn't have been a wrecking amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. And I'd just like to thank all members for their courteous behaviour during what is a discussion debate which touches all of us. So we'll now go to the vote on the amendment. So this is the vote on the amendment. Can we set up the vote, please? And again, this can be printed out so people will see who's voted who hasn't voted, who's abstained. So just to let you know, again, this will be available for people to see who's voted. So I'm now going to close the vote. Can we close the vote? And the amendment has got 22 for, 1 against, 5 abstentions, so the amendment is carried. I will now go to the vote on the motion as amended. So can we set up the vote for the motion as amended? And again, if you can vote again for the motion as amended. And the results are 24 in favour, none against, and 3 abstentions. So the motion as amended is carried. I now call on Councillor Nessinger to move motion 9D and understand your seconder, Councillor Nessinger.
I'm hoping my seconder will be Councillor Herbert.
Thank you.
I would also like to make an alteration to the motion under section 27. No. Yes?
Yes.
Which is just to change the words in the final paragraph to include the family Ukraine scheme.
Just for members, this is allowed, and the legal officer has looked at it, and I think it's 26. Rule 26, so.
26, not 27. Do you want me to be more specific about the
Right.
change?
So you have 10 minutes between you.
Marvellous. Thank you. So I know that all of us in this chamber will have been horrified by the impact of the earthquake in southern Turkey and northern Syria. The earthquake was of devastating magnitude, and the particular features of the quake, relatively shallow and followed by a number of large aftershocks, led to a particularly large scale of damage to buildings. This devastation came to an area which had already been placed under extreme pressure by years of war in Syria and constantly very large numbers of displaced families, living in crowded conditions and with stretched and challenged local services even before the earthquake hit. When I wrote this motion over 10 days ago, the earthquake and recovery effort were top stories in the news. There was an outpouring of support for those in the area, and the international community was sending teams to help with digging out survivors. There was major concern at the failure to get efficient support into the war-torn areas of northern Syria, but a clear sense that this was a crisis which required an international effort. I have been disturbed by the speed at which this devastating event has been pushed off the news agenda, and I'm deeply worried at the fickle news cycle has moved on to key issues such as whether the Sussexes have been asked to leave Frogmore Cottage, and the wider attention of the international community is no longer focused in the same way on supporting those who have been left homeless and without shelter in the cold winter. When Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine just over a year ago, the UK government acted with unusual imagination and compassion in setting up the Ukraine Family Scheme, which allowed Ukrainians who already had family members in the UK to come here on a special visa. I would like to see a similar scheme set up to allow those left homeless as a result of the earthquake to find shelter here while their homes and communities in Turkey and Syria are rebuilt. The Ukraine Family Scheme does not allow Ukrainians to live and work here permanently. It allowed them to come and work here in safety while the crisis facing their country is resolved. A similar scheme for those affected by the earthquake would be entirely reasonable, and importantly, would show
comparative level of concern and support for our largely Muslim neighbours in Syria and Turkey, as has been shown to our largely Christian neighbours in Ukraine. I'm really pleased that Councillor Herbert has indicated he is willing to second this motion, and I'm grateful for his suggested small wording change for clarity as moved in my alteration. I fear this motion would be more contentious in the other council where I represent Newnham, and it's good to feel that here at least there is a unified commitment to support and value all of our communities. We must not let the recovery effort slip off the agenda, and I'm grateful for your support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interference. I'm pleased to second the motion from Lucy Nessinger. And I think I also briefly, Mr. Mayor, want to talk about this double standard. The government actually feels guilty when it makes announcements that it's helping refugees. It slipped out an announcement on the 21st of December that there was to be a £500 million scheme across the country to fund accommodation for refugees. And part of that is that they continue to try and play to a really negative view in this country that we shouldn't help people overseas, and we particularly shouldn't help people outside of Europe. So just taking that as an example, there are rightly 160,000 Ukrainian refugees in this country, and it's great that we're helping them. But the scheme that was announced didn't include Syrians, it didn't include people affected by earthquakes, solely limited to assisting Ukrainians, but also the 32,000 Afghans that were relocated to the UK with the fall. There has been continuous double standards. There was double standards when the West refused to intervene in Syria. And so if you just take the area that's, of the earthquake that has been affected, there are literally within Syria over 5 million displaced people. And a large number of them are out of their own homes and in the earthquake zone, either in northern Syria or in southern Turkey. So I don't want to belabor these points, but I do say that the city has responded. There has been, as usual, a large range of fundraising activities. The Central Mosque has been very active, both universities have been active. There's been a lot of fundraising and linkages, but government just fails. It has failed to provide any leadership and said that this is a crisis that needs urgent help. There's no visibility other than a few rescue teams, as Councillor Nessinger said, that other than in that first week, 2 weeks of trying to see if anybody managed to survive in Turkey, and but very little aid went to Syria, whether anything had happened. There's been no outright condemnation of the Erdogan regime, who basically are corrupt and allowed thousands of buildings to go up with no actual precautions, including built in earthquake zones. So, yes, our government doesn't provide any leadership. We are a part of a generous city. We support this motion, but I think it does need to go wider. The government should show in its support for refugees that it isn't based on certain favoured states and a part of Syrians back in the Cameron government. They have done nothing. So I support, and our side supports this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Herbert. Is there any debate, or can we go to the vote? Right, we'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Howard, apologies.
I'd just like to very much welcome this motion being brought forward as well, and fully support Cambridge being an open, inclusive place for anyone escaping trauma or difficulty elsewhere in the world. So thank you for bringing the motion as well.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Anybody else? Apologies, have Councillor Howard again for missing him. We'll go to the vote. If we could set up the vote, please. Just give a few more seconds, make sure everybody has the chance to vote. Okay, we'll now close the vote. And the vote is 32 for, none against, and no abstentions. So the motion is carried. Right. I'd just like to point out, it's 9 o'clock. We've got 2 more motions to debate, which both have got amendments against them. Do people want to comfort break now for 15 minutes? Yes, I think, yeah. Can 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Thank you, members. We're on the home straight. 2 motions to go. I now call on Councillor Levine to move motion 9E and understand Councillor Bakers to second the motion. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Levine, please address the council.
Thank you, Mayor. And this speech is actually written by Councillor Payne, but she's unfortunately been stuck at a parents' meeting at school, followed by a traffic jam, followed by a flat battery in her electric car. So it's me. Castle Ward has an impressive and quite fascinating heritage. It boasts many historical features, from Castle Mound, built in 1068 by William the Conqueror, to Wittgenstein's grave in the Ascension Parish burial ground, not forgetting the Ridge and Furrow Fields in Eddington, one of the few remaining pieces of medieval landscape. In recent years, it's changed dramatically, with the new developments in Eddington and Darwin Green bringing new people to the area and adding a new dimension. Castle is a great example of how we can preserve our heritage without developing, changing and expanding. In particular, it is impressive to see the contribution Castle developments are making to providing more affordable housing in the city, both for university members in Eddington and for the wider community in Darwin Green. The City Council's recent acquisition of what used to be the Merkits Garage on Histon Road will add to this exciting sense of change and growth. The proposals to use this site to provide a mix of commercial and social housing are welcome, both for providing further more affordable housing in our prohibitively expensive city, but also for providing it in a location which is also well supplied with infrastructure such as shops and bus routes. It's been said many times before in this chamber that Cambridge is in the grip of a housing crisis, and over the last year this has certainly not improved. More and more people in Cambridge every year are left unable to afford to live in the city, and key workers in particular struggle to afford to live in the city they serve. They're forced out, and then inevitably take their skills and talents elsewhere. This is why the building of new homes is critical for Cambridge's future. To thrive, we need to offer homes to the people who keep our city ticking day to day. However, as we know very well, this development and growth needs to be managed carefully and to be planned strategically so new developments are a sustainable asset to our city and quickly become part of our community, just as Darwin Green and Eddington have, and same applies to Trumpeton as well, my ward. Our housing market is fragile, and our key workers and young people cannot afford for us to inflate it any further. This is why it was so shocking to hear the Labour administration talk almost gleefully last year about their marketing of similar developments, such as on the Timberworks site, to offshore investors. On Thursday, 3rd of March, in this chamber, it was made clear that as well as a YouTube video promoting the Timberworks development to investors in Hong Kong, the Labour administration also agreed to run, and this is in Councillor Davies' words, 2
Can we
promotional
just
events.
be quiet while the person reads out? Thank you. There'll be a time to debate afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. A little extra time too, please. 2 promotional events looking to see if we could pull final purchases in. Alongside this, there was at the time extensive marketing of the Timberworks development in Hong Kong. Now, to be clear, no one here is going to question the value of inclusivity. And I do feel that there are few cities in which diversity and openness are more welcome. But there is a big difference between someone moving from overseas to make their home and their life in Cambridge and an overseas investor taking up our properties and inflating our housing market. People living in Hong Kong or anywhere else in the world who want to live or work in Cambridge are quite capable of accessing domestic marketing information. The only reason to thrust it in front of them overseas where they live is to promote an investment opportunity which could equally go somewhere else. This motion asks for the marketing of the next site, which is similar in terms to its partnership between Hill and the CIP, to the Timberworks, to focus on the needs of Cambridge residents. We want to see new developments become flourishing communities, as has formed in Darwin Green and Eddington, not turned into financial assets for investors who will never live in them. When the Timberworks site was discussed in this chamber, the Labour administration sought to suggest that they had no control over the marketing of property, of which 50% is owned by the council through the Cambridge Investment Partnership. This is either not the case, or if it is to be believed, it's poor management, to say the least, for a council to get itself into a situation where it has no control over the marketing of one of its prime assets. Council, we need to ensure from the outset that this does not happen again. At best, the situation at the Timberworks site was an embarrassment. At worst, it was a shameful, money-grubbing exercise at the expense of the many Cambridge residents desperate to get onto the housing ladder. Our motion asks simply for a commitment that this will not happen at Murkitt's Garage, and that the Murkitt's development will offer homes and housing to residents from across Greater Cambridge area to build their lives in. Your amendment in the light of this and the discussion had at the council meeting in March simply adds to the impression that this council is embarrassed about its marketing decisions. So council, for our children, our key workers, and the many young people graduating from our 2 universities and wanting to make this beautiful city their home, please agree to advertise the Murkitt site to people who want to live in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bigg, do you wish to speak now? Reserve your right. Councillor Davey has given notice of an amendment which is on page 21 of the information pack. Councillor Bird will second the amendment. You have 10 minutes between you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to start off by offering my sympathy to Councillor Levine for having to read out that pile of rubbish. It was a bit disappointing that Councillor Payne decided to offer you that particular piece of a speech as the starting point for this debate. I suspected this was going to come back because not many of you will notice the winter campaigns that are run by the Liberal Democratic Party, but question 26 posed exactly this same question. So I had a suspicion that this was going to come back for the fourth time in 5 council meetings, having had responses repeatedly over the last 5 council meetings. It's a spurious allegation at best, and that we sell to foreign investors. There's no proof of that, and I will seek to explain yet again by going through the facts. First of all, we had, Councillor Levine's right, we held 2 events in 2021 to seek to find if we could find people in Hong Kong who might be interested in coming to live in this city. This was advertised by an agent, and the agent was then asked to make it clear that this was going to be purely for those who wish to live in this city, live and work in this city. When it was advertised accordingly by an agent of the agent we employed, that Hill employed, that the KIP employed, that the City Council employed, it was clear that there was some misleading statements, which, on the first time this came to the council, I apologise for, and made it quite clear that this would be withdrawn, which it was. Now, bearing in mind that this could appear to have been problematic, were any actual properties sold to investors? And the answer to that is unresounding no. The reason why they couldn't have been sold to investors is because part of the due diligence that we asked Hill to implement meant that it could only be sold to one homeowner when they came to this city. So when the due diligence was done, part of the process was to make sure only one person could come to this city. As part of that process, in addition to which, there was other due diligence factors that we could make sure that this was not going to go to overseas investors. And that was always the case. We were always going to make sure through our checks that we prioritised those who wish to come and live in this city and work in this city, and that's what we did accordingly. We were approached by investors, 2 investors, London boroughs, both of whom were told, no, we do not sell to investment properties. It's not about that, it's about encouraging people to come to this city. Did we sell to people from folk overseas? The answer was yes, we did. We sold, of the, I think it's over 300 homes that were available for sale, 30 went to people from overseas, all of whom, either British nationals or Hong Kong residents, wish to come and live and study in this city. No investors. Again, this is now, sorry, Councillor Lee, the 4th time we've told you this. No investors. No investors could get the property. No investors were encouraged to get the property. There was no intention to sell to overseas investors. It's very, very simple. That is our rules and regulations. It is important that we as a council, this side, are challenged, and it's vital that we are held to account. But really, 4 times in 5 council meetings? Is that really an appropriate use of council time? I don't think so. And when you consider that when we sought to address the housing issues within this city, our partnership with Hill has built 930 homes for people that live in the city, of which over 540 are council homes. And what are you talking about over there? You're talking about a potential investment by overseas foreign investors, of which there are none. And yet you keep on bringing it back. It's misleading at best. Misleading at best. We're discussing an allegation that wastes officer time repeatedly, wastes council time, demeans local politicians because it is a misleading allegation, and even, dare I say, it demeans the Liberal Democratic Party, and I have to say, that takes some doing. This is a risible attempt to mislead the public, which you've attempted repeatedly over the last 18 months. So when is it time to just accept that that is not the case, never was the case, and never will be the case? So I would ask, please accept the amendment as written. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor David. Councillor Bird, would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Reserve my right.
Is there any debate? Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, can I first of all point out that the Murcutt Garage site is actually in Arbury Ward, and Arbury Ward has a series of fantastic sites of council homes. I can mention Aikman Street, Ellsworth Close that's going to be built soon, and of course the Meadow Centre. Fantastic homes for our residents across the city, and those families in Arbury will also benefit who are struggling to find accommodation and affordable places to live. Now, I just wonder whether the Liberal Democrat group have actually read the briefing note that accompanies this motion. It does make the policy regarding market sale of homes on Cambridge Investment Partnership sites very, very clear. Only units sold to a single purchaser, local and then national marketing, and no sales at all that overseas investment. It is not true to say that at Timberworks and Ironworks there were sales targeted at overseas investors. Absolutely not true. If I was an Arbury resident, I'd be very angry to hear this argument being put across by the Liberal Democrat side. I have to say that perpetuating this myth in leaflets and on the doorstep is not at all helpful to our politics in Cambridge, as has been pointed out. And I do hope the Liberal Democrats will row back on their pursuit of this argument and really try and pay attention to the reality of what we're trying to do in Cambridge City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
When I read the motion, I did wonder whether you would refer to Hong Kongers again. The Hong Kongers were are British, who can come over, are British citizens. Most of them were born and grew up in a colony. They have every right to come here, and they are coming here more often.
Keep the applause down. We're trying to get a debate going. We want to finish on time. This just slows everything down. Thank you.
They are coming here more often now because the government has finally allowed them to come over because they've been recognised that the democracy is awful in Hong Kong. They should have had the right when the colony was handed back. But raising again and again and again and again the fact that the Hong Kong Chinese are coming here and buying the homes is aggravating racial tensions in this city. It is absolutely true. I know Chinese community, I am a Hong Konger. I knock on doors.
Excuse me, can we just be civil to one another? And everybody will have time to debate and challenge afterwards. So when people are speaking, please let people speak. Do not make comments when they're speaking. Wait while it's your turn. Thank you.
I knock on doors and I hear again falsehoods about all the homes in Timberworks or Ironworks being sold and lived in by Hong Kongers. And it supports
conspiracy theories and racism and aggravation to South Asians and Asians in this country, in our community here, which is awful. It's supported by other conspiracy theories to do with the pandemic and the fact that the pandemic started in Wuhan, and this is making it worse. So I just ask that you should have refrained from that. You know, it is bad. If you don't live and face ethnic racism, it's very difficult to really understand it. And sometimes it's very small things, sometimes it's very big things. But I know the Hong Kong community here are facing increasing racism, and that is one of the problems that it gets raised in this chamber. So we have a housing problem across the world, and absolutely we have a problem here. There is a problem in Hong Kong as well, and in Australia and all the main cities. We're all facing it because of kind of right-wing governments and the way legislation is here. But please really think about what the consequences of the words you use in this chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. I rise because I want to speak to this motion as the former county councillor for Arbury from 2017 to 2021. And I want to give two thank yous and a request in relation to this development. First, thank you to Merkett's Garage for the service that it provided locally and those from elsewhere for all the years that it was on Histon Road. Secondly, a thank you to Paul Vandenbalk, the project manager of the Histon Road project, and to our councillor Mike Todd-Jones, and to Lillian Rugland, the chair of the Histon Road Area Residents Association, who were respectively chair and deputy chair of the local liaison forum. And a big thank you to the residents associations from Castle, and I was a member of this too, and all of whom worked so hard on that Histon Road project. But this part of Histon Road, up near Merkett's Garage, created some difficulty because the other part further down, it was possible to have trees on the corners of Aikman Street and so forth. But this part of the road was much more difficult because the houses, lovely as they are, come almost straight onto the footpath. But now we have a wonderful opportunity with this development, and this is my request, that when this development goes ahead, there is a definite emphasis on trees, shrubs and foliage all around this development so that it makes Histon Road, in that part of Histon Road, the pleasurable place that it should be because of the existence of trees, foliage and shrubs that otherwise were not able to be there because this was an industrial site. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Smith.
I do have to say, if a person who has the lived experience of being a Hong Konger tells us in this chamber about her experience of racism, I think the least we can do is listen without heckling, to be honest. Pointed with this motion. We've just been working together to correct a motion. And the concern was raised in that motion about accuracy, and the concern was raised in that motion about potential leaflet fodder. I'm afraid that works both ways, because what we're seeing here again is clearly leaflet fodder. Hundreds of council homes have been built, something of which this entire council should be incredibly proud, and I'm incredibly proud of leading a council that is leading the way in building council homes for residents across this city. And yet what we hear are the words shabby, money grabbing. I had to think twice, did I really hear that? But I'm pretty sure I did. This motion, that speech, is quite frankly beneath the party opposite.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we are immigrants settle in this country. Any notions such as Hong Kongers cannot buy a house in this area, they can't settle in this area, directly or indirectly, that is discriminative and has some connotation of racism. Now, when Councillor Tombra was speaking, I heard a sound from Councillor Biggs. Nonsense. I tell you what is nonsense, Councillor Biggs. In this floor, this is the 4th or 5th time you're bringing this motion again and again and again. And at all times, councillor, the relevant executive councillor, explaining to you, explaining to this house, that is not the case. And again bringing back with the same notion, with the same motion. That is nonsense. And or indirectly discriminates a community where this motion originally moved by the Liberal Democrats' future parliament candidate. I'm shocked to see this. And in all respect, this motion has some racist element in it. But we don't take, especially people who settle here, we don't want that lecture from anyone from our opposition bench to define what is racism, what is not racism. We are fully capable of understanding what it is. And in that, I strongly oppose this motion, which directly and indirectly discriminate or has some connotation, some notion of racism in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carling?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
I think it's not entirely appropriate to have a councillor make accusations of racism against a councillor who's not present. I don't think that's appropriate.
I asked earlier for people to be, shall we say, think about what they're saying. I'm not going to take points of order from anybody. The Liberal Democrats can bring up as many times as they want their motions, and the Labour-led council can refute them every time they come back as well. So I'm not going to rule that the Lib Dems can't bring motions to this chamber, and we can refute them every time as well. And again, just respect one another in what we're saying, because it goes both ways as well. So there's no point accusing one side of the chamber of saying something and then the other side of the chamber get as well. So you can, both sides of the chamber, just respect one another and think about what you're saying when you say it. We're having a debate about this. And like I say, the Liberal Democrats can bring it as many times as they want. They can bring it every year at every council meeting, and we can refute it with the facts we've got as well. So let's just keep it civil. Let's keep to the facts that we've got, and the facts will always speak out. So, Councillor Carling.
Thank you very much. I was also really disappointed to see this motion come in from the Liberal Democrats, propagating this narrative, this work of fiction, quite frankly, that sales are being targeted at overseas property investors. Indeed, some of the remarks made by Councillor Levine on behalf of Councillor Payne just now were absolutely outrageous and totally untrue. The truth is that this is a non-issue. Even the impartial briefing note says that, quote, research by our housing strategy team has established little actual evidence of this issue, end quote. Officer time is being wasted reinvestigating a phantom problem. The Liberal Democrats are, unfortunately, up to their usual tricks, accusing us of doing a thing we are not doing, with a view to claim the credit when it emerges that we are, in fact, not doing the thing. Motions to council really should not be used as a mechanism for generating leaflet material, which unfortunately is what this is. And I have no doubt that despite it having no basis, the Liberal Democrats will continue to go on about this issue. And the next set of literature will probably accuse Labour of refusing to listen on this particular issue. However, in the end, I'm grateful to the Liberal Democrats for bringing this motion forward, as it provides an opportunity for our amendment to publicly make clear, once again, that we have never targeted overseas property investors with our property sales, and we have always marketed homes developed in Cambridge to people that plan to live and work in our area. Indeed, perhaps we ought to view the Liberal Democrats' consistent attempts to fabricate a problem here in a positive light. After all, it suggests pretty clearly that they can't find any actual issues to criticise. Indeed, the comments made during this debate have worsened the position of the Liberal Democrats, with Councillor Payne seemingly not knowing the geography of her ward and trying to spin an issue out of something in Arbury. Anyone might think Councillor Payne is trying to build an electoral appeal broader than Castle Ward for some reason. So I urge Liberal Democrat colleagues to stop dragging this non-issue, and join us in voting for this amendment that puts the matter to rest once again.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. I happen to be blonde and blue-eyed. Hard to believe, though. Maybe these days. But I have heard my fair share of stupid jokes about Germans, especially in this country.
We stop interjecting when somebody's speaking.
I think we do understand maybe racism at different levels. And I think Councillor Big was very clear. It's not about who's coming to Cambridge. It's about where you are or maybe not advertising properties overseas. And the fact that this is deliberately misinterpreted and turned into accusations of racism, that is cheap.
Thank you. Is there any more councillors want to speak on? Councillor Bennett.
I don't want to speak about this motion, but I just want to say, Mayor Mark Ashton, I will really miss you when you go and you're no longer here to try and civilise this chamber.
Thank you. Let's keep to the debate so we can keep going. Councillor Smart, you've spoken, so Councillor Smith.
I haven't, mate.
Apologies, I crossed you off too soon then, Councillor Smart. Councillor Smart.
Thank you. So, just be a preamble. So, Councillor Nzinga said about not saying anything about people that aren't here. So I'm a bit confused. I thought that the people were here. It's these councillors over here that are putting the motion. So I'm not talking about Councillor Payne, just to be clear, if that's what you're getting at, Councillor Nzinga. So, I concur with what's been said with regard to racism, it seems to me. And it's good that you've brought this motion, I think, so that we can focus on that, because I hadn't really thought about it in those terms until Councillor Thornborough had been forced to stand up and say what she said. And I'm very much with Councillor Thornborough on that. So, Lib Dems, especially you, Councillor Bick, you're very keen on all the facts and figures, and that's good. It's good scrutiny. And you must be very aware that in order to, we need to sell houses on these mixed sites to be able to build our own council houses. That's the way it is in this modern world. So that's the case. So that. So why are you talking about Hong Kongers? All I can get from that is that maybe you're not racist, but maybe you're willing to use racism as a vehicle to get votes on your leaflets. That's my route on that, what's going on here. So that's the way I see it. Now you have a position of authority. You're the leader, Councillor Bick, of the opposition group, one of the opposition groups. And, we're all councillors, we've been elected. We have positions of authority in this city, whether we think we do or not. And for you to be talking about Hong Kongers in that way, another group of people in the world that aren't these people in Cambridge, you might say, there are others, it means that you're basically saying that some people are better than others. You're encouraging racism. Now, this kind of thought is endemic in society. It's been growing against Chinese people for quite a while since the outbreak of the pandemic, etc. For you to be doing that is just encouraging a feeling in the city that it's okay to be racist. And I'm not saying you're racist, but I'm saying that people don't pick hairs on these things. They hear stuff or read a few words in the paper about what you said about Hong Kongers, and then there's the feeling that, okay, we can say that as well then. And then someone abuses Katie in the street or something, or, other people. And it's just wrong. You shouldn't be doing it. You shouldn't be doing it.
Mr. Smart. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think in the light of the evidence that Councillor Davey presented to you this evening, and you've heard it so many times before, and the very, very unfortunate undertones of what has been stated this evening, I think it's incumbent on you, Councillor Bick, to do the decent thing, save and spare the embarrassment of Councillor Payne and the humiliation of your party by just simply withdrawing this ridiculous motion. I can tell you that on the streets of Castle, Castle Ward, I can't think of a single resident that would vote for the Liberal Democrats on the basis of this kind of narrative. It's just an embarrassment, and you should withdraw.
Thank you. Councillor Nessinger.
Thank you. It's not been a very pleasant debate, this one, has it? I think it's a bit of a shame that what had been quite a productive and constructive evening has descended into quite this level of misinformation. Now, yes, absolutely, Councillor Davey, I can understand why you made the comments you did, and I think that's potentially, there might be some reasonable points within that. However, any moral ground your party might previously have had has been absolutely trashed by the willingness of large numbers of the people on the other side of the chamber to twist a motion which is about marketing into accusations of racism against members of another party. And I think that that's outrageous, and it completely undermines any moral case you might have had. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Healy.
I just have to say, I think it's absolutely outrageous. The people who have shared lived experiences of racism have been treated in this way and upset in this way, and it really upsets me. The way you've been sniggering and laughing the whole way through. When my fellow councillor shared her experiences of racism, and when my other councillor shared his experiences of racism, I think it's absolutely appalling. And I would suggest you go and do some anti-racism training.
I'd just say now, can we get back to the debate and the amendments, because we're just going completely off stream now. So can we keep back to the amendments, to the debate, and we'll get to vote on it as well. So, Councillor Flaubert.
I really just would like to say that I have felt very sad about this debate. It doesn't need to be this way, really. We need to, this was about advertisement, not about racism, and especially not about Hong Kongers in the way that you have tried to put it, or you have understood. Really, it's not about a community, it's just about advertisement. And I just think that Councillor Bartry, and please forgive me for mispronouncing your name, you just lost control here. I felt really, I wanted to run.
I will say again, can we stop pointing out individual councillors? Can we keep to the amendment and the debate? We're not going into individuals.
Here,
okay, thank you.
I really understand, but we need to control ourselves, and it's for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak, or do we have the right to replies? Councillor Bigg.
Thank you, Chair. It seems that the protection for people being accused of things is rather partial in this chamber, and I regret that you prevent Councillor Flaubert from making a point about a member of the council from the other side, but actually you've allowed a good deal going the other way. But never mind. When we raised this issue last year, Councillor Davey was in the uncomfortable and undesirable position of defending something that had already happened. Choice wasn't available, it was already done. We're raising it again now in relation to this new site before it happens again. In the course of discussing it last time, some interesting things were said, and some of them have been said again tonight. It was said that the reason for marketing overseas was because of COVID and the terrible depression in the local housing market. Actually, there was no such depression. But the facts show that the Cambridge housing market didn't suffer any depression that any other part of the country may have done. The facts and statistics of that are there online from multiple sources, all noting that what some thought might happen didn't actually happen. It looks terribly like a red herring or a smokescreen or both. It may be the sort of thing you need to say if you're in a corner. It was also made out that our housing development policy had taken a sharp international humanitarian swerve to help people who wanted to relocate from Hong Kong.
But in the 21st century, anyone in Hong Kong, or indeed anywhere else in the world, and those other people may feel discriminated against because they were not marketed to, anyone in Hong Kong or anywhere else in the world who wanted to move to Cambridge was and is perfectly able to access UK housing opportunities through domestic marketing information, all of which is online. The only reason to serve up opportunities the way they were is if place to live is secondary to investment choice based on financial return. And some of those websites that we saw were conveniently laying out the financial return available on tables. Let there be no mistake, it was an outrage and an insult to see publicly funded housing in Cambridge being marketed to Asian bankers, that's what the website was called, as a possible investment choice on that website against gold or fine wine or vintage cars. It literally was being. That is an outrage to us on this side and to many people in Cambridge, and it has nothing to do with racism. It's actually not our contention that this fuels empty homes in Cambridge, though it might do, but the data's obviously imperfect. And it's certainly not our contention that it invites people to Cambridge who we don't want here. This is an open housing market to whoever wants to move here, and it's a proudly diverse city, if you consider our last motion on the agenda that we all debated in unison just now. Our contention is that this is a deliberately inflationary tactic on local house prices, which are high enough already and don't need clever marketing tactics to make higher still. The KIP was simply looking for too thick a layer of icing on their cake and at the expense of local house buyers. Last time we raised this, Councillor Davey ultimately told a BBC reporter that there was something to learn in what happened. This motion provides the answer. Don't let it happen again. Sadly, his amendment implies he may either have learnt the wrong lesson or he's locked himself in and is powerless against the commercial partners at Hill. To resort to turning this into a racial slur really is beneath
Thank you,
members'
Councillor
opposite.
Bick. That's your time
There is
up
no
on that
basis
one.
for that.
So you'll get another 3 minutes at the end because of Councillor Payne. So that's your right to reply from Councillor V now. So you'll get another chance in a minute. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. Our main issue here in Cambridge is to build homes for people, whoever wants to live in Cambridge, and that is our priority. Council homes, if people want to buy a home, yes they can, but we invite everybody of all nationalities to Cambridge, and if they want to buy a home, they can buy a home, and that's as simple as that. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. So now we've got Councillor Davey and Councillor Bick with the right to reply. Councillor Davey, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remain completely bewildered by this. I mean, I just don't understand. How many times do you need to hear that no homes went to people who were investors? How many times? This, as I say, is the fourth different discussion we've had on this, and back it comes again and again and again. And because it goes in your leaflets, as others have said, you're misleading the people of this city, because you're implying that that was something we set out to do. You know that the minute we found out about the advert, it was withdrawn. You know that there was never any attention because of due diligence. You know we didn't sell it to anybody, and yet back it comes again and again and again. And it's poor. It's simply poor that the Leader of the Opposition and the prospective parliamentary candidate think it's okay to mislead the city of Cambridge with daft allegations that have no basis in fact. I therefore urge Council to approve the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Bick, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a bit bewildered by the sequence here, but my belief is that members opposite are protesting a little too much here. You have to contort yourself and lean over backwards to try and make out anything anything that has a racist content in what we are saying. I believe that that is being used as a smokescreen for a practice, an event, which is deeply embarrassing to you. It's raised constantly with us when we talk to residents. And, oh yes.
Again,
many,
can I ask
many,
that we debate what we're debating, we listen to what's being said. It doesn't do any good to anybody on both sides when we keep shouting over one another. So let's finish it, and then we come to a vote, and then the vote will measure which way it's going. Thank you.
Councillor Davey asked how many homes did we think were sold to people as a result of this campaign? I really don't know the answer to that, but the motion isn't about that. The motion is about the marketing. And the marketing is what we would like to have a clear policy position on. And in fact, if, as Councillor Davey appeared to be saying in his opening speech, he didn't intend to market overseas anymore, then really, what has this all been about? Because you just vote for this motion. You don't need an amendment. You just vote for this motion, because that's what this motion says. We won't do it anymore. If you support that as a position, which apparently you do, you will support the motion and stop wasting your time with this silly amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Beck. I will now go to the vote on the amendment. Can we set up the voting, please? Okay, the vote is now finished, and it's 27 for and 5 against, so the amendment has been carried. And we'll now go to the vote on the motion as amended. Can we set up the vote, please? So the vote is now closed, and the vote is 27 for and 5 against. So the motion as amended has now been carried. We now go on to motion 9F, and under the rules 26.1, the amendment has been dropped for that one, so we'll be voting for the motion as is, and you should have all had a paper just changing the word on that. And I call on Councillor Anna Smith to move motion 9F, and understand Councillor Nessinger is seconding the motion. You have 10 minutes between you.
It's just to clarify that our motion is a slightly amended one. So, yeah, the American political analyst Larry Sabato has said every election is determined by the people who show up. And at the moment, the government is trying to restrict the number of people who are able to show up by imposing regulations on voters that require them to have photo ID with them to exercise their basic democratic right. These regulations will hit the youngest hard. They will hit the poorest hard. They'd matter less. It's that they don't matter more. The average local election, or even the national ones, to be honest, We should be making it easier for people to vote, not throwing up barriers in their path. At best, this is government incompetence. But I'm afraid it starts to look scarily like good old-fashioned voter suppression for me. That these regulations were necessary at all, and I don't think anyone in this chamber does believe that. The speed at which they are being implemented is ridiculous. Only a tiny fraction of current voters who are estimated to need the free voter ID cards have yet applied for them. The national organisations representing democratic service officers have even raised concerns about the safety of their members when people turn up to vote, unaware of the legislation and are not able to cast that vote. Who are being turned away might just decide never to bother in the future. And that's going to undermine our system and trust in the democratic service officers and the volunteers at polling stations who have to implement these ridiculous rules. And there's the cost. £80 million a decade is estimated to be spent on this. Money being a scheme which could be spent on encouraging more people to register to vote or on helping people out during a cost of living crisis. And of course, there's the extra work. Because our offices here in the city are having to put significant extra resource into making this work. And quite frankly, there are a lot of other things I would like them to be focusing on right now. And solve a problem of which there is very little evidence in the first place, because the level of voter fraud is currently incredibly low. Generations, and I suspect most of our families here wouldn't have had the right to vote. The right to vote was seen as the responsibility of a privileged, propertied few, and of course, only for men. It beggars belief that the government would seek to roll back the clock and restrict people's voting rights again. It is as mind-blowingly unnecessary as this one. There isn't much need for a long speech, so I'm going to wind up very shortly, because the reality speaks for itself. But I'm going to end with another quote, and this time by Barack Obama. And he said, "No such thing as a vote that doesn't matter." Now, this Tory government seem to think that some people's votes don't matter, and they do. So let's send them that message loud and clear tonight, that every vote matters, by supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Nessinger, do you wish to speak now? I'll reserve your right. Right. Is there any debate?
Thanks very much. So I'd just like to say a few points on this motion. So obviously the right to vote is a fundamental and hard-won human right, particularly for minoritized communities. And it's something that I feel personally very passionate about. As someone who grew up amidst the civil rights movement in Northern Ireland, we actually didn't have the right until 1969, which seems absolutely incredible to believe. But for people who didn't pay council tax, like some people in my family, they weren't entitled to a vote if they didn't pay those what they call rates in Northern Ireland. And actually, for people who own businesses and were company directors, they actually got 2 votes. So I know personally the impact that it has not having your vote. But what we know is this, and as Councillor Smith's already alluded to, voter fraud is pretty much zero in this country. We all know this measure has specifically been brought in to deter those from working class and disadvantaged communities who are least likely to vote for the government, to stop them from voting. Whilst many in Cambridge might live a comfortable life, for those on the breadline, and particularly those struggling with the cost of living crisis, a driver's licence or a passport, the cost of that would represent more than their sum total of their benefits entitlement per week, and it's just out of their reach. Moreover, they've made it even more difficult for particular voters. These include young people. So, for example, whilst an OAP bus pass is accepted as an ID, A young person's bus pass isn't. It's complete discrimination against younger people. And whilst there is an option to apply for the free voting ID card from the government, it requires extra steps, it requires planning in advance, and it requires the internet to register for it online in most cases. It's a blatant attempt to suppress the universal right to vote for all adults in this country, and it's absolutely shameful. And for those reasons, I support this motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Healy.
Grew up in a country where it's compulsory for everyone over 16 to have an ID card. You actually don't need it at the polling station. And as far as I'm aware, Germany is a well-functioning modern democracy. It even has proportional representation and coalition governments. So the risks of this new government legislation with respect to inclusivity and diversity clearly outweigh the possible benefits, which some people assume it may have with respect to prevention of electoral fraud, and therefore I'll be voting in favour of this motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Nessinger, you have the right to reply. You've got 6 minutes. Should you wish to use 6 minutes?
I will not use 6 minutes. But I am really pleased to be able to second this motion, and I'm very grateful that Anna has been willing to include the suggested change. The proposals for voter identification make me really angry. It is not only that they deliberately penalise the poorest and most vulnerable in our society, denying the straightforward right to vote to those who do not drive, so do not have a driving licence, or do not travel abroad, so they do not have a passport. But it is even worse in specifically targeting the poor and the young. I think it's utterly outrageous that this legislation specifically includes an over 65 bus pass and specifically excludes bus passes for young people. This looks so close to deliberate gerrymandering of the right to vote that I remain shocked that it was passed as legal. Anna says it beggars belief that a government would want to roll back the clock on who can vote. Sadly, I don't find it at all difficult to believe that certain members of the Conservative Party would love to reduce the right to vote to wealthy men. Jacob Rees-Mogg leaps to mind. The shocking thing about this legislation is not that a few extremists would like to reduce the ability of those without passports or driving licences to vote, but that so many Conservative MPs were willing to support this legislation. It is blatant in its intent, and I fully support this motion and particularly the desire to scrap this legislation altogether. So I hope we can all support it this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nessinger. We'll now go to the vote on the motion. Can we set up the vote, please? If we close the vote now, and then the votes are 32 for, none against, no abstentions, so the motion is carried. I'll now move on to agenda item 10, written questions. To note that these are in the information pack, page 25 and onwards. Agenda item 11, officer urgent decision. To note the officer urgent decisions 11A to 11D on pages 431 to 466. And thank you. Now that concludes the council meeting. Please could the meeting producer end the live stream.